Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And I remember my name. I remember my name. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
e5. It's e5 patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1e4 based on 1e5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 knight f6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe e4 doesn't exist after all.
e5. It's e5 patzers.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Hello everyone, how are you doing in this lovely day? Today is the round 5 of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin, the preliminary group matches of the first FIDE Grand Prix event. And with you today, as usual, we are Ellen and me, Arturs, and we are going to be your host for today's round. Ellen, seems to be great to be back, no?
Yeah, it's so great. Yesterday was, of course, a free day, but being back here today with so much exciting chess ahead of us, I'm so excited. And there are also some amazing matchups today, if you ask me. One that I'm very much looking forward to is the matchup with Shirov against Wesley So, because Wesley So is leading Pool D with a full point, and Shirov hasn't been doing so well, only with 1 point out of 4. But I believe that sometimes when you're not doing so well and Shirov has the white pieces, he's definitely looking to make a comeback here and to, fire the whole group up. And in the other groups as well, in Pool A, we have the matchup between Nakamura and Grishuk. They're both very, very close in points. Nakamura, of course, leading Pool A with a half point, but I'm sure Grishuk will do everything he can to win this game. We did hear him say quite a funny quote in the interview after his game with Yesipenko. I don't know if you heard, Arturs?
You mean about the psychiatric test?
Yes. So Grishuk, he's always there with the funny quotes whenever you need him. I think that he's just amazing in interviews. He always comes in with this thug life energy. And of course, as always, we are reading all the chats out there on Chess24, on YouTube, on Twitch, everywhere. So please, if you have any questions, do let us know. We would love to answer as many as we can. Of course, we can't answer them all, or anything else that you just want to say, then please write. I can see there is one question already. Ellen, who is your pick for first place? Well, we have many pools, many first places, but Arturs, maybe we should talk a little bit about who we think are actually going to win this whole event. I know there's some time.
Yeah, let's check maybe once again the standings in the groups, because there's still more matchups, 2 games happening in the so-called pools. So to remind you the regulations, only the top finisher in every single group is going to qualify for the semifinals, and then the following knockout system. So all of the 4 players are playing against each other, double round robin tournament. So they already played one round robin. So this is round 5 out of 6. And as you're seeing, not every group, everything is so clear. Although Levon Aronian seems to be in a comfortable lead by 1 point, but every single group is absolutely unclear. There's also Wesley, so of course, with 3 points, but where Radoslav Wojtaszek and Vladimir Fedoseev are having the same score. Also, I think there could be very exciting final matches in the A group. Hikaru Nakamura has to face first Grishuk, and tomorrow Andrei Yespenko.
Yeah. And I think there's a donation in the YouTube chat. So let's just quickly take that one. Thank you so much for the donation to Chess24 here, asking what's your opinion on using the Pirc defense in 1000 to 1300 range. And I think if you're 1000 to 1300 range, just play what you think is fun, and try to use some of the basic opening principle, and that will certainly take you long.
All right.
And fire on board already between Nakamura and Grishuk. You know, I'm so happy that Grishuk here has decided to play the King's Indian. If you're sitting out there and don't know, the King's Indian is actually one of Hikaru Nakamura's, used to be one of his main repertoire openings. And he even made a whole Chessable course on this opening. So
I have a question to you here now, Ellen. Do you think this is some sort of a statement from Grishuk?
Ooh, a statement. That's an interesting question. Don't know if it's a statement, but it definitely could be something to try to make Hikaru a little bit uncomfortable.
Right, definitely he is looking for a big fight, and you don't play the King's Indian in order to fight for equality, because once again, Grishuk is half a point behind the group leader Hikaru Nakamura. He needs to fight. If he is not going to win this game, pretty much for him, the chances are going to be, I'm not saying over, because still tomorrow there's the final match between Andrei Yespenko with the white color against Hikaru Nakamura, who is going to play with the black, but still extremely crucial game.
Yeah. And as I said before, Nakamura has made a Chessable course on the King's Indian. So, Arturs, we're guessing that Grishuk read this course, right?
Yeah, I think so. And I also like what chat has picked up, this idea, which I wanted to develop, is that fighting Nakamura with his weapons, because Hikaru Nakamura is also one of the biggest experts in the King's Indian, and he used to play it a lot, and then he dropped it. I don't know for whatever reason. Maybe he realized that it's a bit risky. And here's Grishuk, who is playing against Nakamura, his King's Indian. So it's going to be very, very interesting.
Very interesting indeed, and an interesting opening for sure. I just want to mention that here Nakamura played 6 bishop e3. Had he instead gone for 6 bishop g5, we would actually reach the Averbach system of the King's Indian. And for those of you who don't know Averbach, an amazing top grandmaster who just turned 100 years. I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday. If you have the chance, definitely go and check out his game. And he is, of course, the name father. What do you say for this Averbach system in the King's
Exactly.
Indian?
You know, it's wonderful that you brought this up. I was thinking about, is somebody going to play something Averbach related, right? And of course, the Averbach system with bishop g5. I can only conclude that Hikaru was not exactly ready for King's Indian. Otherwise, I think that would be really nice tribute. So bishop e2, bishop e3, this is probably what he simply plays against King's Indian. And this because, unfortunately, there was no option, or he was not prepared to play the Averbach this time.
So we also see that Grishuk is already taking a think. We're maybe not entirely surprised here. He could have been surprised by Nakamura's 6 bishop e3, but probably he's just choosing between lines at this point. And we also know Grishuk, he can take things for whatever reason. But how well do you think Nakamura is prepared in the King's Indian here?
Well, I don't know, really. I think Grishuk is rather unpredictable. It must have been a surprise that this is a King's Indian in the game. So It's really difficult to tell. But what I want to mention about the structure, quite typical for the King's Indian defense, Black normally employs one of the two ideas. So it's either e5 and either c5. And the bishop on e3, why this slightly awkward move is done before the typical knight f3, why specifically positions the bishop on e3 to stop the c5 maneuver from being played. For example, something like c5, I would just take it, and if you would take it, I would trade the queens and take the pawn on c5, and you do not have your typical activity. And if Black is going to play here e5, White normally, I'm saying normally, I'm not saying there's no other continuations, he wants to play something like d5, and is it something like g4, h4, h5, Ellen?
Oh, it could be, because I was actually going to ask you if you think that Nakamura is or would be happy to just force an early draw today, or if you think that he wants to push here, because if he wins this game, I'm pretty sure he's qualified.
If he wins, yeah, that makes his chances really great, assuming that Yesipenko doesn't win today, right? Because they still have to play tomorrow, and in a case of equal points, there is going to be tie breaks. But I don't think you can simply play for a draw. Once again, remembering that this is not the final game of the round, there's still the tomorrow's game. I think he's going to try to play this for the win.
Well, then I'm sure that we will have some exciting stuff on our hands, and I wouldn't be surprised if we then see Nakamura going for a kingside attack here. But also, if we just remember that Nakamura is such a big specialist in this opening, then he will probably also play what he thinks is the best way to approach the game when you're playing against this opening. And I don't know what Nakamura thinks is best. If he thinks it's best to go for a long game where you try to outmaneuver Black and show that Black is basically creating some weaknesses in the position, or if he is just going for a direct attack.
You know, Alan, I mean, from my own experience, I can tell it feels weird. It feels weird to play against your openings, because this is how I usually feel. Because let's say I one of my favorite defenses for Black is the Dutch Leningrad system, where I really, really feel well. And then somebody plays against me. And seemingly, even if I know all of the ins and outs, I have the most respect for the system, and then I find it really trouble to bring up the best fight. Although I know all of those plans, and maybe something like this could also happen to Hikaru, even if he is the greatest expert in the King's Indian, or at least one of the experts, it could be really psychologically interesting.
I completely agree. Though I'm a bit surprised to see Grishuk spending this much time on his sixth move.
Well, he likes to spend time.
Yeah, he likes to spend time. You remember the day before yesterday when for the first time ever, we might have seen Grishuk being ahead on time. And, I just got so excited, and I jinxed it completely by saying that he was going to spend 40 minutes on his next move, which he then did. So, yeah, I think it will be some time before Grishuk makes a move in this position, and maybe we should move on to the next game, which also is very crucial for the standings in Pool A.
Yep, let's move on. And the other matchup in the Pool A is Atiemba Pro against Andrei Yesipenko. And Yesipenko yesterday played a draw, a very important draw in an all-Russian game between Grishuk. So Grishuk appeared to be pressing, so Yesipenko should be quite happy with the escape, and he still has real chances to qualify for the semi-final. First, he needs to play successfully against Pro, who is slightly struggling in the group.
Yeah, and an e4, e5 opening here, and I can see out of the corner of my eye that it is Spanish that we have here. Could have been some Berlin, but not this time around. Yesipenko says he's going for b4, and if I'm not entirely mistaken, are we going into some world championship? No, Magnus played rook b8, no? After a4.
Yeah, rook b8. And I think one of the reasons why many people have started to explore the move a4, this I think we did not maybe explain thoroughly in one of the previous games. If white plays the traditional choice c3, we have to pay attention that black did not play d6. And this leads to the very popular Marshall attack. After d5 takes, knight e5, capture the pawn on e5, here, c6. I'll just say it like this. The reputation for the Marshall is good. Even in the computer, when the engines are ruling the world, right? This is a very much playable system for black. And one of the reasons why white has started to explore here a4 is if black is going to play rook b8, play something similar, which, as you already mentioned, Magnus Carlsen employed a couple of times in the world championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Now, there is a major difference. After c3, now the Marshall is not very good because d5 takes, knight e5. We are going to reach quite a similar position, but clearly white benefits on opening the a file. So a4 is pretty much like a, dare I say, statement. I don't want to play the Marshall system. I want to play something positional. So black plays b4, and after d4, d6, this seems to be a theoretical position still.
Theoretical indeed. And, you know, we were just talking before that Nakamura, he probably wants to press a little bit in his game. I would guess that Yesipenko wants to not make a quick draw, but I could also imagine that he's okay with the draw in this game, because he knows that if he makes a draw, then all he has to do is just beat Nakamura with the white pieces tomorrow. And in the worst case, if he does that, he will force a playoff.
Yeah, such minor little thing like beat Nakamura with white pieces.
Oh, yes, easy, you know?
Right, easily, of course.
Just everyday stuff.
Right. I'm not sure if Yesipenko is really thinking about it so hard. I watched one of his interviews. Maybe it was after the previous round or before. He said he's just playing chess here, right? Not thinking too much ahead and just see how things are going to unfold. Just enjoying his time here. And yeah, it's going to be fun.
He was also a last-minute replacement for the tournament. So I believe that he came directly from Tata Steel. And
he should be pretty tired because Tata Steel chess was a very tough tournament, wasn't it? With a long rounds. Yeah, a lot of rounds with a super huge time control. So could be difficult. About this position, what can I say? Black sort of voluntarily gives up the square on c4. So you would be thinking, okay, white's going to position the knight on c4 and everything is great. But it's not really so simple because black remains extremely solid. So even at some point, I think black plays something like bishop c5, queen e7, or queen d6. The bishop goes to b7, and the absence of the control of the c4 square is not really so critical. That's Bakroy's thinking.
How about trading queens in a position like this for white? How is that? So just trying to take an endgame here.
Queen trade?
Mm-hmm.
Trade here. And something like knight e2, right? Because we want to get, I guess, the knight here in c4.
Exactly.
I could play something like bishop b7, applying some pressure on the pawn. So you cannot play easily knight c4. Maybe you can, though. I'm not 100% sure because you're also attacking this pawn here. But let's say you play something like f3, protecting the pawn. Suddenly,
suddenly bishop c5 is not very comfortable. And yeah, I could imagine that the bishop on c5 would just be very strong. The dark square is a little bit weakened. Maybe the bishop on c1 will have a difficult time developing in a position like this.
And you called it. Queen d8 is on the board.
Okay, you know, I was actually thinking that he wouldn't play this move. Just because I thought he might be able to keep a little bit of pressure by keeping the queens on the board. Maybe a move like queen e2 instead. But no, trading the queens. He'll play for a little bit of an endgame advantage, I guess, trying to just outplay Yesipenko. This is what happens sometimes, you know, the older, more experienced players, they go into the game and they say, you know, if we just play chess in this game, if it isn't as much opening theory, if it isn't that tactical, I'll just play better than my opponent, put my pieces on nicer squares, and I'll play them in the end.
I'm trying to remember from where comes the original saying with youngsters to the end game. I think it's the Russian school of chess, or maybe even Soviet school of chess, right? So you take the youngsters to the end game and there you show your superiority in the end games. I mean, it's half a joke, really, because of course, Yesipenko knows everything about end games. He is already top level professional, but still perhaps this strategy might work because Bakrov has it more.
Yeah, I think you're saying it could be a little bit of a joke, but it being a joke can also be combined with it actually being very, very serious. I know these things, they happen all the time.
Right.
Should we go to the next game? I see that we have an interesting pawn structure there in the game between Rapport and Oparin, because group or pool B is actually one of the most exciting pools that we have so far, if I dare say so, because in pool B we have both Radoslav Wojtaszek and Fedoseev on 2.5 out of 4 points, with Rapport trailing by only half a point. The only person with not really a chance here is Grigory Oparin, but the three, Wojtaszek, Fedoseev, and Rapport, they are all pretty much in the running for qualifying for the semifinals.
Right, and for Oparin, this must not be the nicest feeling, really. I mean, for him, it must feel like there's a target painted on his back with all of this heavy race. I mean, there's two leaders, 2.5 points out of 4. Then there's Rapport. And I mean, everybody sees the tournament is not going for him like in this but the previous round's game against Fedoseev. As he confessed in an interview, he simply blundered this queen g4 idea that this move was not in his radar. So everybody is going to try to beat him today and tomorrow. So fighting for this first place in the group, it will be tough for him. But let's check how the game started. All right.
So this is some kind of Tarrasch, if I'm not...
Some kind of a Tarrasch, yeah, indeed. So what I can say about this particular setup is that White gains isolated queen's pawn structure. So this is the isolated queen's pawn structure. Black goes here voluntarily, and he pins his hopes for a kingside attack. So normally something like bishop d6, maybe queen e7, queen e5, and try to organize a kingside attack. What White normally is trying to do is trade off as many pieces as possible, block the d5 square on d4 with moves like b3 and bishop b2, and make sure that there's no checkmate, of course.
Yes. And this isn't the first time that Rapport has been playing against this isolated pawn, because he did also play against it in round 4 against Wojtaszek, where we saw a very exciting game. Because we didn't quite believe that Wojtaszek would actually go for the isolated pawns position, but we ended up there when Wojtaszek held the position in a very, very nice way, I thought. It seemed like it was a difficult position, but he actually did manage.
Right. So yeah, couple of interesting thoughts that Rapport could perhaps do. One of the ideas, I imagine he's going to play something like b3 and bishop b2. So let's say after bishop e6, b3, short castle, the bishop b2, and alternative idea, let's say if Black plays something like a6, is not only to retreat to e2, because here if White retreats to e2, Black still has pretty decent activity and can try to go after this kingside attack. One of the ideas sometimes is to take on c6 and try to press on these pawns, and perhaps even if possible, try to block them with moves like knight a4, maybe bishop d4, knight c5, and make this bishop on e6 look bad.
Yes, it's very common that these isolated pawns position positions, they transpose into a hanging pawn's position. So if you're trying to study the isolated pawn, please do not forget to also study the hanging pawns. Many of the themes in the two pawn structures, they're actually pretty much the same, but there are some subtle differences as the two pawns in the center. They, of course, there's a little bit of another dynamic in the position with those two.
Yeah, as always, the burning question, right? Are the hanging pawns strength or weakness? It really depends how you play them out.
Yeah.
And we have to, again, move on to the next game. And I find it quite interesting. It's another isolated queen's pawn's position. Wojciech against Vladimir Fedoseev, slightly different circumstances, but ultimately the position is the same.
Slightly different circumstances, yes. And isn't this quite a theoretical position? I'm pretty sure there was something similar in a game between Mamedyarov and Fabiano in the Tata Steel. One of the last rounds where they just forced a draw here.
All right. I don't really remember, so you'll have to...
yeah, you know what? Let me try to see if I can look
all right,
it up.
And I'm going to show how the game perhaps started. So after knight f3, d5, knight c3, bishop e7. All of this is seemingly normal. Knight e7, black keeps the option to play both c5 or d takes on c4, bishop c4, a6 and b5. And notice, this is why white plays a3. He doesn't play something normal like bishop e2 or bishop d3. Why is this? Because then after d takes on c4, you would have to lose a tempo. For bishop c4, black plays a6, for example, b5, bishop b7, followed by c5, and a great game. So that's why usually if black keeps the idea of d takes on c4 and c5 in the air, white tries just to make some natural moves like a3 or rook c1, so that after d takes on c4, bishop takes on c4 can be done in one move. So this is how they got here. So they traded on d5. Both sides are completely happy with their rising position. Bishop
and
e2.
Yeah, sorry, I just figured out what the difference was, because it was almost the same position. But if we go back to 10, knight takes c5, the little difference was here that the black knight was on b8 and the white bishop was on e2. And after bishop takes c5, white played a3. So very, very similar position, but I just remember that Peter Svidler, he said something about how this position got forced into a draw. But this is a small nuance, which does that this position, they are not going directly into a draw here.
Right.
So yeah, if anyone wants to check out the game, it's Mamedyarov against Caruana from the Tata Steel 2022 in the last round.
So I'm thinking about this position. I'm trying to figure out how exactly both sides want to continue. One of the common ideas for white is at some point play bishop e5. Bishop e5, reposition the bishop on this diagonal and keep a better control of the d4 square. So let's say white would want to consider, not sure how am I going to do that. Let's say rook c8, bishop e5, bishop here, and something along the lines of this. So keep the control of the d4 square and establish an eternal weakness on d5. At the same time, black wants to play active moves, perhaps knight e6 with ideas to push d4, perhaps bishop f6, or also maybe queen b6 and establish some kind of a dominance over the b3 square. And this is one of the downsides of white's included a3.
Yes. Very insightful, because sometimes you think that a3 is just a move you can make by hand, then maybe you go b4 at some point. But you should always be careful when moving your pawns because they cannot go backwards.
All right. I think Fedoseev is trying to equalize here. He has more or less normal development, but this weakness on d5, it could become problematic at some point later. I think we have to move on and check the remaining games.
Yes, we see some exciting stuff, but not entirely new stuff in the game between Pinsala Harikrishna and Linir Dominguez. and Alapin, if I'm not mistaken,
that's
after e4, c5, c3. And you know, a few days ago, not the day before yesterday, in round 2, I was talking about how Giri had been suggesting the line in the game between So and Shirov. No, it wasn't So and Shirov. It was Shirov and Dominguez. Yeah, Shirov and Dominguez. And yet again, Linear Dominguez is actually playing what Anish Giri he recommends in his Night, of course, because he does recommend this line against the Alapin.
Oh, he does.
Yes.
About the Alapin, there's a lot of ways how to play this out. A white can play the immediate d4, which, to be honest, I've always treated to be the least dangerous for black. There's a couple of reasons why I think like this. Then there's the delayed knight f3. So, for example, knight f3, knight c6, and again, don't rush with d4, but bishop c4. So bishop c4, this is a bit tricky order the moves because it forces black immediately to play knight b6. Maybe just a very short comparison I could make with quite a popular line. After d4, c takes, c takes, black has access to d6 immediately, keeping the knight on d5. So for example, after knight f3, we can already take it, knight e5 and knight c6, and white has literally nothing. So you could perhaps play d takes on e5, knight c6, bishop c4, knight b4, and black normally should equalize the game. And I think that this is the reason why bishop c4 or knight f3 make a bit more sense than the early d4, because you force the knight on b6, and then white can try to fight for the advantage, either with something like knight f3 or d4.
And Dominguez, he has spent quite a bit of time, 20 minutes already in this position. Do you think he was surprised by the Alapin from Hare Krishna?
To be honest, I don't really remember what Hare Krishna plays, but since Alapin is not really such a popular weapon at the highest level, it definitely has to be a surprise. Mm-hmm. So it was mainly popularized by Yevgeny Sveshnikov, who unfortunately passed away last year, and some couple of other notable players, but still at the highest level, this is quite a rare weapon. So that's why I think Dominguez was not exactly 100% ready for this.
Yeah, but now it is Hare Krishna thinking. Not many developments in this game so far. In the next game, we do have a highly theoretical line, and a line which many people, they kind of yawn when they see the top players go for it, because this is the Berlin endgame that is being played between Shirov and Wesley. Right. You know, maybe Wesley is just thinking, Shirov is not in that good shape. I could just outplay him from this position with the bishop pair. Also, Shirov has been thinking a little bit here. We did see that Wesley played an amazing game against Dominguez just before the rest day. So Wesley certainly in very good shape. So I don't think that he's necessarily playing the Berlin here for a draw.
Berlin doesn't have to be immediately a draw, but it's sort of like I like this word statements, really. No, I mean, it's like checking things with white, because there's a number of ways how white can force a draw. And mind you, I could show you a couple of them. For example, after short castle, knight e4, d4, knight b6. Can we please take it here? D takes e5, knight b5, a4, knight e4, takes. What was it? Knight e4, queen d4, d5 takes, queen d6, draw.
Queen e4, queen e6. Yes.
This is notorious, and everybody, when you see this performed at the highest level, everybody shivers, really. Oh no! once again, this draw. So black plays the Berlin and pretty much sends a message. It's like, listen, I don't mind it playing a draw today, but it's really up to you. If you want to go here, so this is not the only way to play this. There's also rook e1, knight e6, knight e5, where white sort of slightly presses, but normally I think there's no problems. So it's very critical it's very critical to go for this endgame. And all of this started in the year 2000 when Vladimir Kramnik pretty much disarmed the, at the time, world champion Garry Kasparov, where the Russian superstar was unable to score a single win in the Berlin. And ever since, this variation has become so popular and the theory is really, really advanced.
But wasn't it like this, that everyone, they just thought that the Berlin endgame was completely unplayable? And then when Kramnik played it against Kasparov, I'm pretty sure Kasparov, he just thought it was kind of disrespectful. But as Kramnik, he just showed great results, and Kasparov didn't manage to win a single game. Theory just developed so much from there because people, they started seeing the potential. I feel like it should almost be called the Berlin Kramnik endgame, actually.
I think it would be really great title, Berlin Kramnik, because he has done such an amazing contribution to the popularization of the opening. It's so solid. It's in the repertoire of any Rai Lopez player with black. So after bishop b5, again, once again, we go back to the bishop b5. Black has a choice. Knight f6 at a highest level. This doesn't mind a draw, but normally invites to the classical Berlin defense. So if I very quickly dare to show where's the difference after a6, which is the more popular continuation perhaps, bishop a4, knight f6, white can play short castle, and now there is no Berlin endgame, because after knight e4, d4, as you see, there is no knight e6 attacking the bishop on b5 and e takes on d4. This actually bears the title of the Riga variation, which is not very good. So you have to play b5 and b5. So this is completely something else. So knight f6 almost forces white either to go for the endgame or play perhaps something more positional with d3, the anti-Berlin. So Shirov was very principled continuation. He decided to go here. h3, knight c3 and h5 is quite a common idea. Black stops g4 at some point from happening, and maybe at some point there could be a rook lift, rook h6, rook g6, which sometimes is done. Of course, not with the bishop on c1, but this h5 is a very common idea.
Yeah, it's played a lot at the highest level, and for the time being, they're pretty much maneuvering pieces. Wesley with the bishop pair here, but Shirov with a little bit of a better pawn structure and more easy development as the black king can't castle because it already moved. Should we? I know we're kind of making a tour, but I very quickly want to go back to the first game between Hikaru Nakamura and Alexander Grishuk, because I'm reading some very interesting things in the Chess24 chat. We were speaking about whether Nakamura, he would play this game in a more slow manner or if he would start a kingside attack. We do see h4 on the board, and in the Chess24 chat, someone is saying, my database has no history of white playing Hikaru's h4 in classical time limit games of 2,500 plus players. So it seems that Hikaru is showing up with maybe some new ideas. I haven't checked this in my own database, but I believe what Chess24 chat says. And even though h4 is a common idea, it could be that it's just not played in this specific position of 2,500 players plus.
Yeah, but, it seems very logical. It is one of the ideas, like I slightly already draw this idea of h4, g4. I'm not really sure if g4 is necessary, but h4, h5, queen c2, long castle could be one of the ideas how white could play here. It looks normal to me, really. So h5.
And I'm sorry, I'm also being told that it has arisen through transposition. So it's in some kind of theory again.
Yeah,
it was just in the move order, it was something a little bit
really
different,
it really makes sense. So knight c5, black is challenging the pawn on e4 and asks white to do something about it. Now, normally, of course, you don't want to take on c5 because you give up the control of the dark squares and you pretty much lose any momentum you had at a king set. This trade is not good. But with something like queen c2, white also keeps an option to play b4, get rid of the knight. And here things get really tricky, because there might be some moments with the sacrifice on e4. I'm not telling that this is possible right away, but let's just maybe play around a little. let's say, takes.
This looks like a very Tal-ish sacrifice here.
Something like that. So let's say bishop f5, only move queen f3, e4. Okay, probably doesn't work right away, all right? Because queen g3, take on b2, it's only 2 pawns for the sacrificed piece. So I imagine that white is gonna consolidate the position. But let's say this idea could be improved. So I could play something like c6. And now if you're gonna get rid of my knight with b4, I think this idea knight takes on e4 could work very well.
Yeah, see, when I'm playing the white side of these kind of positions, I'm always very confused as to where I should put my queen, because sometimes it goes to d2 and sometimes it goes to c2. In this position, it of course goes to c2 to keep an eye on the e4 pawn. But do you have any sorts of insights, or do you know how to usually do these things? Like, where does the queen go? Because I never know. I feel like the queen can do so many different jobs in so many different squares.
Yeah, it feels a bit strange, to be honest, this particular setup, but you know, against King Zina, there's pretty much a million setups that you can play. If no immediate tactics go through, then I guess it's fine, right? So white probably wants to castle long anyway. So b4, I assume, already is not possible because of knight e4. So Hikaru's idea should be very simple. I mean, develop the pieces, play long castle, play h5. So I like it, by the way.
And, you know, I also bet that these are exactly the kind of things that Grishuk is calculating at this point in time. But Hikaru, with 3 more minutes on the clock than he started, he's probably very comfortable. He knows the ins and outs of this position. So I don't think he feels like he's taking much risk playing h4, actually.
I don't know. It could get very sharp. It could get very sharp in a heartbeat. Even something like, let's say, c6, long castle. Maybe there's room for b5. Maybe there's room for c takes. Can we do this? b5 again, sacrifice the pawn to play rook b8. There's going to be h5. There's going to be b4. There's going to be a race. This could be a really, really exciting game.
Isn't this these kind of positions that Grishuk is also very strong in, like these tactical messes? As he does go for c6.
And so is Nakamura.
Yeah,
so
both of them,
I don't know. I don't know who is the favorite, really. So both of them are very creative players. And I called it. Grishuk plays c6. Of course, it's not my invention, really. It's a very natural move for the King's Indian, opening the king side. So things are about to heat up really, really fast. So maybe long castle would be like a provocation for big hostilities. I don't know, maybe the king and then is going to go to f1 and avoid jumping under a direct attack at the king's side. No, Hikaru plays h5. Listen,
h5.
I think we have to move on. Otherwise, we're going to just sit here at this game.
Well, certainly a lot of things will happen in this game. I'm hearing so much action in the other games as well. So, you know, let's just finish the tour. This was just a side jump because this game is just really on my mind. The next game we have up is the game between Keimer and Aronian. Aronian currently on 3 points out of 4, with Keimer having struggled a little bit. 1 point out of 4 in the tournament. Keimer, he unfortunately had a lot of exams and work to do. So, you know, he probably didn't come as prepared for the tournament as he had hoped for, which is, of course, very unfortunate since this is probably one of the bigger tournaments of his life. The possibility of qualifying to the candidates, but I'm sure that he won't be too sad. You know, he's strong and he will definitely bounce back in other tournaments.
You know, Ellen, I don't understand what is this opening. I tried to guess it. I was staring for something like 10 seconds.
Okay, wait. Let me take a guess. This could be a Nimso, no?
No idea. I have no idea, really. Okay, let's check it. I have no idea, really.
I just see that there are no E and D pawns, and then I'm just thinking Nimso. Okay, not quite a Nimso, a Ragozin.
Yeah, Ragozin, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Again, Ragozin is super popular continuation. Queen a4 forces black to play knight c6, which not always for the system is great. And I seem to recall that From the recent games, Keimer scored a very nice win in the Grand Swiss against Kirill Alexeyenko, a former candidate player. So he also played exactly the same play. And I don't remember which round of the Grand Swiss was it, one of the final rounds. So he definitely knows it quite a bit. D takes bishop c4, e5 seems to be quite principled, because this is why black plays d takes on c4 and positions the queen on e7 so that he can push in the center. And I just wonder what this is really, because after d5, queen c5 follows, attacking the bishop here on c4. So something like d takes on c6, queen takes on c4 is an invitation to play a gambit. And since the white king cannot go, I can only assume that taking this pawn is risky, and that Aronian has done his homework. I'm pretty sure he has. So what happened here is knight e4. And knight e7, knight e5. Is this some kind of a theory? I can only assume it is, right?
It looks so sharp that it's tough for it to not be, but I'm not so sure. They both spend quite a bit of time. Aronian, the one who spent by far the least time, it seems like he spent like a maximum of 3 minutes per move. So I would imagine that he's still in prep, but Keimer spent a whole 17 minutes on knight takes e5.
But you know, Ellen, this is just incredible, because Aronian is leading by a full point. Nobody told him he can make quick draw. I mean, okay, probably his opponent is not going to make a quick draw. He's just enjoying the game. And for him, normally, it would be a good strategy to play something solid like, I don't know, okay, not the Berlin here, but maybe something very symmetrical, beat off the opponent, fix the draw. Yeah,
exchange Slav.
No, he plays queen c5 for the audience. Goes for some very sharp continuations, and I really love this. So, despite the fact that he is a big favorite to win the group, that he's leading by point, he takes risks, and he wants to win this game.
Well, I feel that Aronian's playing style is also very reflective of the shirts he often wears. Now, unfortunately, I haven't seen much of his clothing during this event, but I'm definitely a big fan of the clothes he often wears. And, you know, here in this game, he's definitely showing that as well.
Probably black is going to take on d2 at some point, right? I'm not sure right away, or something like bishop f5 first. That would be my guess. The king needs to walk, right? It needs to walk.
Mm-hmm.
And there could be some check on b4. You cannot go king c2 because bishop f5.
Bishop f5 would be very annoying, yes.
Yeah, so where do you go? Maybe drop the pawn on b2 and go for your own.
Oh, you want to go king f3 after queen takes b2?
I don't know, I guess. Take king f3. No, but this is weird. Is it good?
Well, the white pieces are certainly very active, and the black pieces, they still need some development here. Yeah, especially the king. King activity is key, and if only they were playing king of the hill, white would threaten queen takes h7 and then king e4 winning the game. So, but not quite yet. I believe that's why Levon could be thinking. King c1, I just feel like this is discoordinating the white pieces, though it doesn't drop the pawn on b2. It doesn't feel really in the spirit of the position to me. Right. It could be the best move by far, but I actually felt like this moving the king up and trying to connect the rooks was more in the spirit.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out what this is really. So it's quite apparent that the black has a good compensation. Bishop f5, queen d4, and the logic dictates that I want to open somehow the center with something like c6, and maybe white is going to drop the pawn at some point. So that's why Aronian is thinking here. He's not taking the bishop on d2 right away. He's thinking, should I even do this? Should I even take on d2? Because most likely the king is going to go to c1. So maybe I should try to play something like bishop f5 first. And if white traced the natural choice queen d4, Yeah, then
This
maybe
was exactly how I was thinking that I would play as white.
Yeah, but then
bring
we
the
just
board.
recapture the pawn on d5 with a fine position.
Yeah, that is true. This is probably a bit worse endgame for white, no? Because of
If
the
the pawn
isolated
drops
pawn.
immediately, yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
So white would have to go maybe g4, getting a little bit of space.
Yeah, bishop c8, knight e5. This could backfire.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why Aronian is thinking here. I think he's thinking, he's choosing. Maybe there's even something else. Maybe there's something more forcing. Maybe there's something like c6 right away, which also makes sense because it's all about ordering the moves. For example, c6. If white takes it, then maybe now I take it, and now I play bishop f5. So he's just toying with these ideas and trying to understand, how do I play them out?
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And oh my goodness, in the next game, you won't believe this. Well, probably you will, but I'm very happy because in the next game, we are seeing a position that I definitely recognize, because this position appeared in the game between Pierre and Ganguly in the Tata Steel, no? This is probably what Magnus said was his favorite game of the tournament.
All right, let's check how did this start at.
Because this opening was really, really insane. But yeah, let's just check it. Because I think you're going to like what comes very soon here.
All right. So again, a3, an early move. You remember what I told you about the game? Which of the games was it? One of the first. I think it was Rapport against Apparent, where I explained you the concept why black sometimes takes on a c4 with bishop c4 and then win a tempo because white very early establishes the placement of his bishop. Now white can do exactly the same. So he is waiting for black to play bishop e7 and now take on c5 to use this tempo for his favor. Let's say bishop c5, b4, and bishop b2. So it's really interesting. And now black took on c4 right away. Again, invitation for isolated queen's pawn structure. And there you go, queen e2.
Yeah, and here after c takes d4, white goes rook d1, because if you just capture on d4 immediately, then black would be able to play knight takes d4, and this could be a little bit of trouble for white, I presume, since they're being a pawn down here.
Although, of course, you can calculate what happens after something like bishop takes on e6, but I'm not really sure if this goes through, because white is not sort of ready. Yeah, the sacrifice on e6 at some point might be possible. So rook d1 pins the queen.
It pins indeed.
b4, and there you go, a piece sacrifice.
A piece sacrifice, but only temporarily, because this d5 move just completely opens up the position here. And there are some insane lines in this position. I remember Svidler and Jan going through some of them, but this is actually pretty much forced for black to go knight takes d5 in this position. If you want to look more at it, then I'm sure the computer can show a lot of lines, but there is no other alternative here, as d takes e6 and taking on f7 really comes with force here. Even a checkmate like this would be very, very nice.
Yeah, so yeah, there's not really much of a choice for black. Rook takes on d5 because of the pin. It just drops back the piece. So this is how the game progressed. Rook d3, another potential pawn sacrifice.
Yes.
C takes bishop b2 would be too dangerous because these bishops are really making a powerful impression. So with it simply continues developing. Takes.
And actually, after castles, instead of bishop e3 in the game that I was mentioning, Pierre Ganguly, Jonas Pierre, he went knight to g5 instead of bishop e3. It was a very, very exciting game. And Carlsen, he also said that it was one of his favorite games of the tournament. I believe that Ganguly here went h6, which was met by knight takes e6 and fire on board.
Yeah, a lot of pieces are attacking. But I guess they have done their homework, so this is already, so to speak, a public knowledge. So
definitely they've done their homework. Both of them, they were at the tournament actually, and I'm sure that they've both seen the game. So yeah, they both knew it, which is probably why Daniil, he decides to go for bishop e3 here, saying that he's prepared in this position.
Right. And they've played already a couple of times. I mean, not only in Tata Steel Chess, they played the first round. So in the past month, they have met twice already. And this is the third time. So totally, they're not strangers to each other. But let's go back, do a second sweep of what is happening in the other games. Should we start with Nakamura against Grishuk?
You know, I feel like today, every time you mention Nakamura Grishuk, I will automatically say yes. So, you know, you don't even have to suggest if you want to go to that game, because I will say yes.
All right. So something has changed.
A lot has changed, yes.
A lot has changed. And this is interesting. After c6, Hikaru keeps the king in the center. I like this choice because, once again, long castle felt to be a bit risky. So let's say takes, b5, b4 is threatening. This is quite a common pawn sacrifice to win tempos, open the queen side, etc. Maybe black can take on c5 and then take this pawn, but this clearly hands over the initiative to black. I'm not even sure if this b5 is necessary or not. It's just an idea. So Hikaru plays h5, keeps his king in the center, keeps the option to castle. Later, here, queen a5, attacking the pawn on e4, h6. And this is it. Again, very interesting moment. Instead of going for a kingside attack with h4, h5, because normally you think, why people are pushing for the h pawn, right? I just want to checkmate. H takes, bishop h6, queen d2, queen h6, queen h8. That's the normal strategy. But you can also play it positionally. h6 imprisons the bishop for a long time.
Yeah, and this move h6, I feel like white always has to decide whether they want to go for h6, g6, and h6. Oftentimes, they just let the h-pawn stand on h5 because they're not quite ready to make the decision just yet. But in the position we saw, you know, if you're white, you always have to calculate what happens if black plays knight takes h5. And a lot of AlphaZero games, AlphaZero just goes h6, just imprison that bishop on h8 and then play this in a positional way instead of the aggressive way that we might have thought that h4 in the beginning was.
Yep. Rook b1, played very quickly. But by the way, mind you, do you LNC Hikaru's clock?
Yes, I do. And I'm sure that Hikaru, he is so well prepared in these lines.
Are you saying he knows this line?
Yes.
Probably, right?
And yeah, he definitely knows this line. And I'm sure that he knows many more moves from this point out. Grishuk, he could be trying to remember what happens, or he could just be trying to feel the position here.
But this also applies extra pressure on Grishuk, right? Because not only you are showing your confidence that you have deep preparation, that essentially you're not playing against Nakamura, you're playing against AlphaZero, perhaps. It also presses the opponent because the clock is mercilessly ticking. And now it's already 47 minutes. So what is it? 45 minutes behind on the clock? That's a huge difference.
Yeah, a very huge difference. And especially a huge difference when you're playing against someone like Nakamura, who is so experienced in positions or in situations where there's a massive time difference between the two players, or when the opponent is low on time. Nakamura, he plays so much online rapid, so much online blitz. He knows exactly how to play when his opponent is low on time. And though Grishuk, incredible blitz player, of course, I think he will have a tough game ahead of him if this is how he keeps on going.
No, I mean, still the position seems to be quite balanced with chances for both sides. I wouldn't really say that White's position is so great. I mean, there's also the downsides. The king on e1 is a bit stuck. So if I would ask you the question where the king is going to go,
Maybe G3, you know? King
G3.
F2, King G3.
I don't know where he's going to position the king, because Grishuk can even play at some point, late, let's say knight e8 and f5, resume one of the typical ideas of the king's Indian. So of course, b4 is a threat that you need to deal with. Maybe queen b4 to block it, maybe queen c7, maybe something else. But I think this position is very rich. This knight on g1 also doesn't do much for white. Maybe knight h3, knight f2, but I would say it's completely unpredictable at the moment.
Yeah, you could be right that it's completely unpredictable. I just, I would just feel so uncomfortable, the opponent having prepared all of this and just going so low on time against someone like Hikaru. Even though the position might say something, I'm still a little bit worried about what could happen in the future.
Well,
in a few hours.
Ellen, I would imagine what would be Grishuk's response to that. If he doesn't treat increment as a time trouble, what do you think he says about 45 minutes? He's just burning the time.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
too much time.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. If increment is not time trouble, then nothing is. Yeah.
Right. All right, jokes aside, let's move on. We have other exciting games as well, and we have to see what's happening. Other matchup in the Group A, Bakro against Yesipenko.
Not so exciting, I'd say. Nothing much has happened since last time, though. Something I'm a little bit confused about. It seemed like Bakro played knight d2. The knight came from b1. Sorry, I was thinking that the knight came from f3 and that he had played knight d2 to f3, but the knight actually came from b1. Yes.
Right. So knight e2, bishop c5. This already mentioned is a very typical idea to activate the bishop so that it's not quite passive on e7. I guess knight c4 could backfire with some tactical tricks of knight takes on e4. So you're gonna take it. There's the back rank issues here on the first rank. So also the pawn on f2 after knight e4 is under attack. So it pretty much forces white to play knight f3 and abandon the idea to position the knight on c4. And now black just calmly plays rook e8. No, I think black is perfectly fine here. So something like bishop e7 coming next, maybe h6, bishop e7, maybe a5. White enjoys this square on c4, but now that the knight is on f3, it's not really giving white anything.
Yeah, and the e5 pawn could be a little bit vulnerable, but I think we have a long game ahead of us here.
Yep.
A really long game. I think neither player will just take a draw quickly. Yesipenko, if he sees that it's surely going to be a draw, he'll just keep on playing, enjoy the position, try to create a little bit of tension in case that his opponent blunders. As you also mentioned earlier, they are kind of seeing Bakro as the person with a target on his back here, because he is the person who has done the least well in Pool A, and of course they want to take advantage of this. But
actually, Ellen, he confessed he blundered this pawn on a6 in against Nakamura.
I heard that you said that.
I had the feeling when we were doing the commentary for the previous round that this bishop a7, just to give up the pawn on a6, just like that, it felt like a blunder. But sometimes blunders can be good things because it worked. It worked perfectly. So
actually, I remember you said this, that it might be a blunder, but I thought, no way. 2600s, they don't blunder pawns the same way that I blunder pieces. So, but then he said that he did actually blunder a pawn, but it wasn't like the worst blunder this world has ever seen, because he did get an open A file and he got many active options. We saw that Nakamura had to spend 2 moves capturing the pawn, the first one taking the pawn, the second one to move the bishop back. And in this time, he just got such an attacking position, and his pieces, they were just ready to move forward. If he had seen that he would lose the pawn, I'm not sure he would have played it, and we wouldn't have seen the excitement that we got to see.
Yeah, would have been a different game, but we got an exciting game. So yeah, sometimes this happens. Quite interesting. I think we, again, more moving forward to the Richard Rappert game. And essentially, there are in the group B, there's the main topic is the isolated queen's pawn position, first in rapid against Aronian. White is enjoying the control of the d4 square, while black is pretty active. Which side, by the way, would you choose, Ellen? White or black?
You know, I love dynamics, and one of my favorite pawn structures in the world is actually playing with the isolated pawn. So first instinct is that I would take the black pieces here, but what I don't quite like compared to the isolated pawns position that I usually play is that the white squared bishop is on e6. And to me, whenever the light squared bishop is on e6, protecting the pawn on d5, or if you're white, the bishop on e3, protecting the pawn on d4, I always feel like the position is somewhat more passive than it is when the bishop is on a square like g4, or sometimes the bishop is also even better placed on d7, because then at least you could create some pressure along the semi-open e file. And in this position, it just seems so easy for white to, control the d4 square, moving the knight from c3, and the bishop is already on b2. So I'm actually not too sure which side I would choose here, though I do love an isolated queen's pawn.
All right. Well, I do like white slightly more. I can relate to the weakness on d5. So this h3 move, make sure there's not going to be this bishop g4. I think this is really nicely you put it, that this bishop on e6 has no really future. It's just protecting the pawn on d5. And I can easily imagine White played the next move, something like maybe bishop b1, maybe knight e4, maybe knight e2, knight e4, and along the way increase the pressure on the pawn on d5. But by the way, bishop b1 can also be queen d3 and do exactly that black is supposed to do against a white. So I like Robert's choice so far.
Yeah, but let's not forget that pawn on h3 can sometimes be a hook for the black attack. I'm sure that Rapport has not played h3 without thinking about later consequences if black decides to capture the pawn on h3. If there's a game that I would recommend if you want to study positions like these, there's an excellent game where Jubava has the black pieces and he decides to capture a pawn on h3 with the bishop. I can't quite recall who he was playing against, but whenever we have a break, I will look it up so that people, if you want to study this, then you can look at that game.
Right. And you said that the pawn on h3 could become a hook, and I'm trying to figure out, can I try to solve two problems at the same time? First, I want to activate my bishop, maybe put it on f5, but the second idea is sort of look towards the pawn on h3, right? So if white is completely oblivious to black's ideas and plays something like bishop b1, maybe this somehow works.
Yes, for sure, with the knight coming to e6, to g4, and e5. And also, even if we had included some rook f to e8, the rook can sometimes also join the attack very quickly via e6 and then going to some of the other squares.
Yeah, so it's not gonna be definitely simple here for Rapport, although of course he understands that he has to win this game in order to keep his chances to qualify. So he's going to do everything he can. And for Rapport, I believe there's even no theoretical chances to qualify for anymore. He's just looking for a solid way to finish the tournament.
Yes.
We
already talked about him not being able to qualify as he is on 1 out of 4. And all the other guys in the group, they have a lot of points.
Yeah.
And I'm being told in the Chess24 chat, the game is Karyakin Jobava 2014. So thank you so much for that. A great game by Jobava with the black pieces, and I can only recommend that you go see it. Though, Arturs, we do have some developments in the game between Keimer and Aronian, because Keimer, he didn't go for what I thought looked like the most active, or at least the most fun way. After Aronian, he did take the bishop on d2. and played queen b4 check. Keimer, he did go for king c1, the little bit of a more solid option here, protecting the pawn on b2. You know, this king e2, king f3 could also just have been a kind of funny dream position if there ever was one. I can understand why Keimer plays king c1, though I would have loved to see king
keep the
f3.
pawn, I guess. He wants to keep the pawn, but we already had this position in our analysis, so I slightly tried to predict maybe this is how the game can continue. So remember, I was thinking maybe Aronian can play bishop b2, bishop d2, queen b4, and then bishop f5, or the bishop f5 first, or c6 first. Okay, so Aronian decided to do this right away. Bishop d2, queen b4, king c1, and now most likely he is either trying to open the queen side with something like c6 or b5, or just try to grab the back pawn on d5.
People or Karsten124 Chess saying in the chat that king c1 was the only move in the position. I'm not surprised. King f3 was probably a bit too much. It just looked fun.
It looked fun.
It looked fun, but king c1 the only move. So, of course, Keimer is strong enough to realize that king f3 perhaps was a bit too much of an adventure.
This is also a perfect example of how chess is being played at the highest level, because there's no way Aronian calculated this to have forced winning back the pawn. You just go for this type of position by intuition. So he sees the white king on c1, he blocks the rook on a1. So white will be forced to spend a couple of tempos to normalize the position. Let's say, I don't know, a3, b3, king b2, 2-3 tempos to normalize this position. So Aronian knows that by definition, he will have time to do something during this time. So you simply cannot go to this position, and the highest level grandmasters never go for this position if they always see how they're winning back the material by force. He simply trusts his gut feeling it's going to be good.
We have a suggestion about queen c5 in this position, probably threatening a move like b5, as the bishop on c4 is pinned.
That might be a draw offer, by the way.
Aha, you
mean after I'm sorry.
But this is different, yeah?
No, it's not different, by the way. Queen c5, king... Wait, is it different though? No, he gave a check here. Queen b4, king c1, queen c5. That's, by the way, interesting. So threaten the b5. And maybe also knight takes on d5 at some point. So this could be like...
But does that mean queen b4 perhaps was not the most accurate?
Why not? I like it. I mean, for black, okay, assuming that that for black a draw is fine, he could go for this.
But do you think Levon really wants a draw?
No, probably not. Probably not. If he went for this entire line, I think he's looking for a fight. But this queen c5, it looks normal, to be honest. So this b5 threat is big. King d2 could be...
Yeah, he did actually play queen c5.
It's just no way for white to avoid it, because a3 maybe, a3 to play b4. I can include a5. The threat of b5 remains. Oh, wait, maybe this is the way to play. So if I play a3, b5, b4, is this too much, Alan? The king.
Oh my goodness.
The king is naked.
Yeah, c5 is coming, no? Or a5.
A5. No, I don't like this. Okay, not for 1 second.
No.
So this maybe is like a probe. Draw?
Well, okay, if we just take a quick look at the standings, perhaps, because then we will get a deeper insight here. If Aronian, he does draw this game, he will be 1.5 points ahead of Vidit, but Vidit still has Dubov playing against Dubov right now in that line that we were looking at before. And if Dubov if Vidit beats... I'm so sorry. If Vidit beats Dubov here, then Aronian will only be 0.5 point ahead. Vidit has white against Keimer in the next round, and Aronian with white against Dubov in the next round. I don't know, perhaps Aronian is satisfied with 2 draws, as that would mean that Vidit has to win the next 2. But still, Is it too early to go for a draw?
This could lead to a couple of scenarios. I guess we're going to find it out, because since Aronian is repeating the position only twice, it doesn't mean really that he is ready to make a draw. It's like probing the opponent, testing. What do you want from this game, really? So normally, of course, Aronian knows draw is fine for him in regards to the tournament standings. But imagine this scenario. So Winston is sitting here and he has not really a successful tournament. He has suffered 2 losses in a row. So let's say he now spends something like 10, 15 minutes figuring, do I want to draw or not? And then he's like, okay, let's go for the draw. And then Aronian declines. It's a huge psychological blow. So repeating the moves sometimes can be used as a strategic and psychological weapon. So even if the position is repeating a couple of times, it might be simply mind games.
When my opponents, they do that against me, oh my goodness, I hate it, because I just get this little feeling of hope in my heart, and then when they decline, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, oh, please don't decline, then they decline, and my heart just drops, because you're sitting there and you're just thinking, oh yeah, it would be really nice with a draw against this strong opponent, but they're like, nah buddy, not this time around.
Yeah, but at the same time, we also think about Keimer's perspective. Is he really interested to draw? Because for him, okay, maybe he is no longer fighting for qualification of the semifinal, but it is also an experience to play against the best players in the world. So King D2, King C1 would maybe salvage half a point, win some rating point perhaps, but maybe it's just a better idea to get the experience playing against some of the best players in the world. So I wouldn't be surprised that it's Winston who continues to play on.
Definitely, people, they're suggesting G4, saying that it's cool in the chat. I don't know what happens after G4, with white starting the attack now.
The chat also says, have we ever beat someone after they decline draw? Of course, at least I have beaten, but it's a bit unpleasant always, right? I mean, and when you sit and hope, like Ellen said, that you're just not feeling psychologically well, he declines, and it can be tough.
I think I've even tried offering a draw and then my opponent pretty much blundering on the next move or two. It's yeah. Oh, I remember one very sad time where I was the higher rated opponent, but my opponent completely outplayed me. I was being outplayed. I offered my opponent a draw. My opponent, of course, says no, and then ends up messing up. And after the game, because I knew my opponent quite well, I said, sorry, I'm really sorry about that. And my opponent said, I should have taken the draw there. But if you have a great position and you're playing against someone higher rated, you shouldn't be afraid that you somehow blunder your good position away, because it's about learning, and you would be so much happier if you actually managed to beat the opponent. So when he told me I should have taken the draw, I said, no, you shouldn't have. You made the right decision, even though it hurts now.
Yep. Ellen, what do you make of this position, which I'm trying to cook up?
I love it. I love it. I want to see this on the board.
I'm not even sure if this is forced. Wait, G4 makes sense. And this was suggested a couple of times in the chat. Let's say Bishop G7 also makes perfect sense. H4, that could be knight takes on D5. I just grab the pawn. Maybe it just visually doesn't look great for white. I mean, okay, G4 maybe. Oh, wait, there's a fork on D7. I'm not seeing it. There's a fork.
Oh, so the bishop has to retreat somewhere else, or as I'm also seeing in the chat, the chat, they're suggesting some very interesting lines. You'll never guess what move they say after G4.
Yeah. So, okay, after G4, assuming that Bishop G6 is out of the question. Oh, wow. What is this? There could be a lot of crazy lines here. Let's start B5. G takes, B takes.
Knight D7 though.
Knight D7 is going to be Queen D5, attacking the rook and attacking the knight. What about F6?
Oh, wow.
Rook G1. I think there's room. There's room for excitement. And
definitely. The move that I was seeing in chat was G4 answered by G5.
I'm praying that Winston plays this.
Yes, right?
Yes. I'm praying that he plays this. And I think he will play this because he needs to show the character that he is here to gather experience. Although, by the way, I'm looking at this position once again. And after G4, I just noticed another move, which is knight G6.
Because queen takes F5 is met by knight takes E5 with the bishop on C4 hanging in the end.
Yeah, and this position starts to look incredibly risky for why the king is weak. Opponent E5 doesn't have enough support. So maybe after knight G6.
E4 is on the board. Let's go.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Deepest respect.
Yeah, and also
that's some attitude.
You know, when we were looking at the game between Nakamura and Bakro, we were so hoping, well, at least I was hoping that Bakro, he would keep on playing because it just looked like it could be such an interesting game. And here it looks like it could be such an interesting game, and Keimer just goes for it. And I love it. I really, really love it. This, as you said, it shows character. And no matter how this game turns out, I couldn't love it more.
Right. And also for Aronian, it's like, okay, here we go. We are getting some excitement, and he's gonna get what he wanted. So Queen C5 was like a probe. Do you consider a possibility to make a draw? Keimer's response is no. Let's keep playing.
And you know what I think? I think Aronian, he loves this as well. I think he loves chess so much, and he loves to see these youngsters going for it, even though, you know, he'd love to win. He has to win his pool, but deep down, he loves this. I cannot imagine anything else.
Yep. There's many moves. You know, there could be some scenarios where B5, G takes, B takes works. There could be a scenario when knight G6 works, and after knight G6, maybe this needs to be evaluated after bishop G6. How great is this?
Was it possible to? No. I was thinking about F takes G6, but probably that's too much.
F6 here.
After knight G6, knight takes G6, and then F takes G6. Pawn takes F5, knight takes F5, rook takes F5, but queen D4.
Yeah, queen D4 works, but this F6. F6 might be possible here. Come on, is this serious? What is this?
Well, sometimes I'm a genius without knowing. So it does happen. Whoa. D6? Oh my goodness. That's a check?
That's a check.
Okay, wow.
You know, I don't know. There could be many moves. There could be B4 for all I know. I mean, there's many moves. There's stake. This is a complete mess. I'm very, very happy for both of the participants that they decided to go for this. So this means more action, and there is a real contestant for the main game of the round so far, Nakamura against Grishuk. We are going to want to watch this game as well. So who is it also? Dubov against Gujarati. Seems rather peaceful, no?
Yeah, not as much craziness as happened in the Pierre Ganguly game. This seems like it could turn out rather peaceful, but if I had to choose a side, I really like White's pieces here. They just seem more active, and also the 2-on-1 on the queen side, that can potentially be better for White in an endgame.
Right. So I imagine that any kind of endgame for White is going to be slightly better because he has the chance to organize a pass pawn at the queen side, but with so many pieces on the board, with no visible weaknesses for Black, I think it's about balance, to be honest. So it could easily go either way. But I think it's important, again, to remind the score between these two players. At the moment, Gujarati has beaten Dubov twice in a row.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay. So he also beat him in the Tata Steel. Can you quickly remind me of the game?
Italian game, Fabulous Defense. There was a piece sacrifice. Gujarati's king was walking in the middle of the board. There was no checkmate. And wonderful defense. And in the first round of...
no. I remember. This was this rook f6 and rook takes b7. And in the end, Dubov had a perpetual, but he didn't see that if...
Perpetual.
But he didn't see... Oh, that was such a crazy game. I remember.
This is how you remember it, the crazy game. Yeah, that was the crazy game indeed. Yeah, a wonderful defense by the Indian. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the to what? By the way, there's a couple of games we still haven't seen. Maybe slightly recap what is happening in Hare Krishna against Dominguez, and then of course the Berlin endgame Sheriff against Wesley. So this was Alapin, right?
Oh, I was just about to ask, have we even looked at this game? Because it just looked so different from what we've seen. This transposed into a French without e6.
D5. D5
That's so interesting, yeah?
Yeah, but normally white takes it on d6. I mean, maybe I'm slightly mixing it up because this position is quite familiar. Let me just show you. For example, after knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, knight b6, here d5. White normally takes on d6, queen d6, and then something like either knight a3, knight b5, or at some point d4. But what I find it interesting is that here, white decided not to take it. I guess there must be a reason, because I think this is normally how they play it. Queen d6, a knight f3. Mind you, there's no bishop g4, right? Nice check on f7.
Oh, yeah. Devastating. Knight g5. That's a very important tactic to remember. If the bishop on g4 is unprotected, then this bishop takes f7 can come.
You cannot do that. You have to play bishop e6. And if my memory is completely not failing me, this is big theory here, at least for the Alapin. So after bishop e6, black seemingly is doing fine. He trades away this bad bishop, only then plays e6 or maybe even g6. So I find it interesting that white uses the moment that black did not play the automatic d6, which would probably lead to these lines after e takes on d6. He plays d5, and now white does not have to take on d6 anymore. And Hare Krishna used this. He played bishop c2, like you said, Ellen, going for some kind of a French defense position without
e6. Yeah.
Without e6, and after knight b4. Black managed to trade this important light square bishop, and this is what they have right now. Queen d3.
But this queen c8 is also very clever because it prepares some kind of bishop to f5, which is the reason we're seeing queen d3. Because now if bishop f5, then there would be queen b5 check, and when the bishop goes back, then the white queen can maybe go to e2 with white having won a tempo compared to the first line that we saw.
I'm also wondering if this is invisible draw offer, because after bishop 5, let's imagine if white plays queen e2. I mean, is there really any problem for black? It's just the perfect French, French.
But don't you go queen b5 first?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Let's say bishop 5, queen b5, bishop d7 draw.
No, but now queen e2 should have won.
Now this was my point.
Aha. And if I go g4?
Yeah, then we keep on. So knight f3, e6. So black is okay. White doesn't have this very important light square bishop to keep the attack going. So the question is, what exactly is white aiming for here? So maybe with this move of queen d3, white already pretty much sends a message. Listen, maybe it's just a draw. Because again, if black plays bishop 5, e6, I really like black's position.
Okay. Because of the bishop pair, you mean?
Yeah.
Or?
So something like e6 doesn't make a lot of sense here. Because e6, knight f3, let's say bishop e7. If white manages at some point, let me just fast forward, try to play something like this. Black is going to be always slightly worse because of this light square bishop. Okay, there's a checkmate threat, which I did not even notice. But this could be a very nice positional game, so you don't want to get imprisoned this bishop. So maybe after queen c8, queen d3, bishop f5, queen b5. Okay, maybe black can still play queen d7. So maybe everything I said is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, okay, and queen d7, I guess it would favor black here if white decided to trade queens, because black would have the bishop pair in the endgame.
There's a question in the chat. I showed the line. If there's knight h4 playable, queen d3, bishop f5 here, bishop here, queen e2, bishop f5 here, here. Yeah, probably it is playable. Yeah, but bishop g6. You know, I think it's a slightly opening failure for Pentala, to be honest. It just doesn't feel great because Dominguez has perfect possession, and I think that's why usually white is taking on d6, to aiming once again for this isolated queen's pawn position. So I can only guess that something was perhaps unexpected for Hare Krishna, because this was a surprise element. So very nicely spotted this knight b4 to trade away.
But I also think very interesting from Lanier to go for d5 instead of the normal d6, almost kind of baiting his opponent to not take the pawn, because sometimes when you see that your opponent play something different from the line, you try to compare it, yeah, and you say, okay, usually they play d6 so that I take. So when they play d5, maybe I shouldn't take. But now that he doesn't take, it still seems like it's good for black then.
That's a good point. Yeah, it might be some mind games indeed here. All right, and finally, we also haven't seen for a while Alexei Shirov against Wesley So. The ever popular Berlin endgame.
Could bishop e4 be some kind of draw offer as well?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, wait. We should point out that knight takes g7 runs into king f8.
King f8, and this knight is stuck. This is what
rook e1, bishop g6.
Don't try this at home.
No. Indeed.
So knight e7, king e7. There's no way black is ever going to lose this.
No.
So there's a good chance that we are going to get all the pieces traded if this happens. Something like rook d8, rook d1. Not the most exciting game, but once again, if black plays the Berlin, very often he's happy.
Yeah.
With equality. I'm not sure about Alexei's approach of knight e2, knight e4. This must be one of the approaches, but Wesley seems to have easily solved his opening problems. So I don't see how Shirov can play here for the win. I mean, is it really like knight e3? Do you play with such a move for the win? Not really, right?
No, I think definitely not, as black has gained a lot of time in this endgame compared to a lot of other lines, because in many other lines I feel that white quickly gets the rooks to f1 and d1, trying to get some e6 push in. But here, black is very solid, and as you also showed, g5 and the king being able to reroute to f8 and g7 if necessary at some point, it's...
Right. I think he has to take on e7. He has to take on e7, king e7, c3. Because of the open d file, pretty sure that both rooks are going to disappear at the d file, and with the obstacle bishops, this is the draw. So unless, of course, one of the players keeps going, for example, Wesley maybe decides that, okay, listen, you have some light score weaknesses, and maybe, I can play something like bishop d5, a5, a4, and at some point later do trade the rooks. But from Shirov's perspective, the way the game has progressed, I just don't really see a way to play. Knight g3 drops the pawn. Knight e3 looks incredibly passive. What to play?
Well, you'll never guess what Aronian played.
Okay.
It's insane. It's insane.
Woohoo! G5.
G5 on the board.
Unbelievable. G4, G5.
Okay, we have to ask the question. Queen takes G5.
Queen G5.
What is going on?
They're really trying to take away all the spotlight from Grishuk against Nakamura.
They really are.
Really
they want all the spotlight. Well, okay, maybe they have the spotlight already, I feel, after G4, but I mean, come on, this is just insane.
G4, G5, unbelievable. Listen, this looked like normal position to you, right?
Yes. No.
G4, G5.
I mean, it didn't look like a normal position, but G4, G5 definitely didn't make it look like less of a normal position.
Where's the idea? The idea is to push away the queen. Bishop G6, I guess this is the idea.
Some F6 incoming. Also trying to get away the queen, get away the knight. Is it even possible for white to take the pawn on G5 actually, since F6 is just coming? Queen F4, F6,
can I be very
and then
creative,
some
Ellen?
B5?
Can I play B4, please? Can I do that?
Oh my god.
No, B4, no, there's no
Are you
B5.
serious?
No, I'm not serious. I don't know. This is just crazy.
Well, but I mean, why not?
Really? No, not B4. B4, there's going to be checkmate. Queen B4, Queen C3. Probably this is too much, but trying to keep in the same spirits. I guess you have to go back with a queen because knight G6 is queen takes on C4, intermezzo check.
Yes, that's very important. Here, black wins a piece.
Then you take it. Wow, I love this move. Listen, it was not even under my radar, and that's why Aronian is Aronian. He just finds these moves. The bar, we see the bar, but when the bar says it's equal.
Okay, now we have to figure out what the engine recommends after G5. I haven't yet checked, but I can imagine that it's something insane because people are writing in the chat that after G5 there's an insane move.
Their chat says B4 is, according to Stockfish, the best. I don't believe this. I mean, serious? This was a joke.
But you did point out B4.
Wait, but what about B4, Queen B4? There's mate, no?
No, but the king can still run to D1. Where's the mate?
Really?
Well, okay, you don't have bishop C2 check in this fancy stuff.
Are you trying to recreate Anderson's immortal game here?
Okay, but let's say I go king D1.
King, what? You play B4 and then king D1?
Okay, maybe you go F6 here.
Wait. Just let me gather.
Oh, wait, how about we play B4 and not include queen takes G5? So B4 instead of queen takes G5.
Oh, here, of course,
yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Yeah. B4 up to G5. Okay, the chat corrects me. Okay. B4, yeah. Can I play B5? Okay, I mean, listen, this is this is nuts. I mean, completely crazy. So whatever is the idea of B4, Queen B4, Queen D4 maybe, to keep the queens on the board. By the way, there's some sense in this. I don't know. Listen, maybe, yeah, indeed, this is some deflection. B4, you still don't need to calculate. You still need to calculate Queen D6. But what about this king here? Queen takes on G6, Bishop G6. Although this seems normal.
I'm just
G6.
I don't know. My mind is like completely empty right now. G5, B4. You know, I'll go insane if he plays B4.
If somebody made a picture of Hikaru coming next to this group, his facial expression. He always makes these amazing expressions, really. So I hope somebody caught that.
Okay, but what should we play after? So you say B4. What was the point after queen takes B4?
The deflection, getting the access to the D4 square. Because if we go
and we just play this position, like we don't mind.
This is okay for black because we win back the pawn on B5.
Yeah.
So this is a deflection, and this is a deflection.
And if we start by taking on G5, then the issue was that the b5 is coming, f6 is coming, and it's too much. And after queen f4, then what was it we were looking at?
We could only assume. Listen, I still have no idea really, because the game is a complete mess, and the players are trying to figure it out.
Well, we're sitting with engines in chat and we can't figure it out. So.
I'm just amazed how you do pick this up in a Grand Prix, this move g5. How do you even pick this up, right? Because there's something more normal like bishop g6 or what did I say? Okay, f6, maybe this is the same level as g5.
But do you remember, because I remember 10 years ago, was it 10 years ago? Maybe it was seven years ago. Aronian, he was a 28-30 player. He did reach all the way to 28-30. He was playing the candidates. Maybe it was 2016. And everyone, including me, were so sure that he was going to qualify because there was no doubt that he was the second best player on the planet. And he just had a major downfall. He lost a lot of rating points. But when Levon Aronian is on his best, he will find moves like these. And I don't know what the engine says. I don't even know if g5 is the best move. There are many alternatives. But Levon, he will find the best way to, make the position tactical in such a way that his opponent will have such a difficult time getting out of it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right.
Yeah.
Listen, let's just leave this game for a while. We have a strong candidate for the game of the round so far. I think Vincent he's really enjoying this. He's not regretting his choice of playing g4 because the game is getting too incredible. Amazing. Yeah. Let's just move on and go back to the other critical round, game of the round, which is Nakamura against Grishuk. Which suddenly looks a bit boring, no?
A bit boring? How come this is boring?
After what we saw, it looks more...
Oh, yeah. I mean, true.
Okay. So we left it rook b1. This was the moment. Knight a4 was played by Grishuk.
Yeah, of course, as Black had to be careful about this b4 threat.
Yep, b4 was threatening. So... Takes, queen c7, protecting the pawn, attacking this pawn here. g4, played by Nakamura, continuing the positional squeeze. And also defending against a potential f5, maybe knight h5, because Black would love to play knight h5, knight f4, I would imagine. So g4 stops that. Bishop c8 frees the d7 square for the knight, makes perfect sense.
Well, bishop c8 isn't the first move which comes to my mind, at least, but it looks, I mean, when you have to choose between squares,
I guess knight e8 was not very good because here opening the king side with f5, g takes only favors white. This king is too exposed, so maybe if you would have access to h8, then perhaps, but with the bishop on h8, I imagine this f5 actually favors white. So
sometimes even when the pawn is not on h6, since the knight can go to e8 and g7, it's also an option. But here, knight e8 is just too passive when the knight can go to many other squares. It's just, I believe that this bishop c8 move would be quite difficult for many people, as you do, undevelop a piece just to make way for another piece to go back. Where people, they prefer to put their pieces forward, they probably think maybe bishop a4, and then they realize, okay, bishop a4, rook b4, and the bishop doesn't have many squares, actually. Then it would probably have to go back in the position. And you need to, get that knight away from f6, because suddenly g4, g5 can come. Or if you really want to make the only pawn push you can in this position going f5, you need to get the knight away, and you need to get it somewhere. So bishop c8, I'd say it's a difficult move, but when you see it, and when you see a guy like Grishuk play it, it makes it can make a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yep. Very, very strong positional understanding. So Grishuk brings his bishop into life before white can play at some point g5 and imprison the bishop on h8. Short castle. Finally, Nakamura has made a castle here. But listen,
the time.
I think Hikaru is risking here.
You think?
Yeah, because I have a feeling that he is a bit overstretching. You know, maybe I'm wrong, because just picture yourself. Where is white's plan? You need to do something active, something like
c4, c5.
Yeah, but c4, c5. I just play something like b6. No,
and then I push a4, a5.
I don't know. So, you know, I think this entire approach, I'm not really trusting that Hikaru has so much time on the clock that he really prepared all this deep, because Grishuk's play looks very natural. Mm-hmm. Maybe he's just trying to apply a lot of pressure on Grishuk, playing it very quick. But this position, it can easily go in favor for Grishuk. For example, if he manages, probably he's not going to manage to do it, but if he manages to play, let's say, queen d8 and somehow trade the dogs for bishops, I don't know how you do that, but if I manage to do that, I get a very good control of the dark squares. This knight goes to c5, the bishop goes to d7. So let's say I'm going to play knight c5. So what is white going to do here? So I don't know, maybe...
I want to trade that knight, yeah? Knight d3?
Knight d3. I wanted to find a moment to push this f5, but I'm just trying to figure out how to do it. Maybe b6.
Okay, b6, knight b4. Is that possible?
I don't know.
And then I'll push a4 next, maybe. Or b6, b6. I don't want to hang the a4 pawn either.
I like Grishuk's position, to be honest. I see the bar slightly favors white. But I think anybody who plays the King's Indian...
Do you think Nakamura prefers Grishuk's position as well?
I wouldn't be actually surprised. Okay, I won't say that he won't like his position, but this is not a bad position for Grishuk, because considering how sometimes white squeezes black in the King's Indian, this is strategically fine.
So you'd say this is more of a Nakamura, or... Yeah, this is more of a Grishuk position for black than it is a Nakamura position for white.
Yeah, I would say this is more a Nakamura position for black.
Okay. Yeah, but I can definitely see what you're saying. And, you know, I'd really love it if Grishuk, he liked his position here. I'm just so uncomfortable by the time deficit. It just makes me uncomfortable. Really?
You know, it probably is about to equal normally, because one thing I see that some of you people are relying on the power of the engines, but King's Indian is constantly impossible to explain for the chess engines, because white enjoys space advantage. So what do you think engines say? Engines immediately announce that white is much better, and sometimes in some of the most popular lines in the computer language, engines gives white +1 or even +2. So that's why it's quite interesting, actually. In correspondence chess, right, when you are working with engines at home and trying to figure out the best moves, very often engines announce white is +1, +2, and then there's this moment, oh, there's checkmate in 10. I mean, black is checkmating in 10.
Yes.
So it's not really so simple. In correspondence chess, the King's Indian lives. So it's one of the most topical continuations. So if in such a more or less with a space advantage for white, the engines, for example, give that white is slightly better, I would say black is perfectly fine. But then again, I guess we are going to find out, right?
I actually really like what you say about the King's Indian still living in correspondence chess. And many people, they don't know this, but correspondence chess is actually one of the things that many grandmasters, many top grandmasters, these are the games that they look for when they prepare, because the people who play correspondence chess, they are so good at using the computer. They know exactly how to use it in certain positions and combining it with human thought, that these correspondence games, they are of so high level. And just the fact that an opening can be played in correspondence chess, no matter what the computers say, it's still like, it really means a lot.
Yep. All right. So it looks interesting. White is enjoying some space advantage, but this can easily backfire for White because his position has a risk of overstretching. So I believe that Hikaru is doing just fine, and probably he likes his position, but I like Black's position as well. All right. I guess we have to once again check what is happening in another critical game of Pool A. Etienne Bacro against Andrei Yesipenko looks kind of equalish, no?
Well, to me, this position hasn't developed a lot from the last time we saw it. The Black Bishop has, well, no, the Black Bishop has been on B7 the entire time. Okay, the bishops on E3 and C5 were traded. That's how much I can see. The king went to F8. Yesipenko, he's a big fan of these king F8, king E7 ideas. I believe that over the next few moves, Yesipenko would love if the E5 pawn was not hanging. He'd really love to play king E7 and rook E D8, just trade all the rooks on the D file. Though I'm curious about one thing. He played king F8.
Why not 94, right?
Yes, also this.
That's the obvious question. It's a free
But
point.
did he play rook D1 or did he take a piece on D1? Because I was thinking, why not knight G5? Protecting the pawn on E4?
Knight G5 could be rook E7. I protect the pawn, I just push away your knight. And then again, your pawn on E4 could be under attack. So let's say rook E1, I play.
Okay, but how about I play F3?
I mean F3.
And then I go knight H3, knight F2, knight D3, knight C5.
It's interesting. I don't argue knight E7, knight C5.
Oh, you get to C5 quicker than I do.
I don't know. I mean, it looks normal. It looks normal. I guess it's about equal. So Bacro uses the momentum that the pawn on E5 also is ganging for Black, and knight E4. I guess there should be some tactics with rook E7.
Yeah.
The pawn is ganging, rook takes on C7 is ganging, so knight C5, bishop F7, bishop E8. So,
oh, goodness.
Yeah, it's not good. So you have to really play king F8, and I guess knight E4 now is a threat because after rook D7, there's going to be rook E7, and Bacro needs to defend the pawn on E4.
Yes, and how do we do that? Because knight D2 is rook A8, I guess.
Yeah, this would be disaster for White. A strategic disaster because this pin looks quite annoying. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's not a disaster. Maybe just play rook D. Oh, wait, can I do that?
I mean, if you have time to go F3 and knight C4.
I just try to figure out, can I do this?
And rook D7?
And that's a
rook
draw,
E7
right?
is a draw, yeah?
That's a draw by a repetition of the moves. Or maybe this is how the game could actually continue. Wait, so king F8, the pawn on E4 is under attack.
But why did he go? Okay, so he went king F8 because of the line you showed with some bishop takes F7 and rook T7?
It's on the board, by the way.
Yeah. Maybe you didn't have any other options because if you have to protect the E4 pawn, do you think we will see that draw?
This is, if White plays rook E1, this is pretty forced. Because
you think it's forced?
This is forced. Rook E1, knight E4, you could take the rook.
But you're forced to go knight 6 E4. Maybe you want to keep the attention somewhere.
Of course, I could try to double the rooks with something like rook D4. That is a good point, of course. Yeah, I could try to keep playing on. But if Black is happy, he can play knight E4 and force a draw. Once again, I'm sorry, bishop E. Where's the draw once again? Wait. This is a different line. I didn't see this.
Yeah, you went for...
I went for a different one. So rook D1, bishop E4.
Yeah, rook D7. Okay, but if we don't trade on D1 immediately?
If we don't trade immediately and take bishop e4,
Yeah.
then we
Oh,
just
rook.
take it.
Yeah, no. But takes and rook e4, there would be rook d1 checkmate.
Yeah,
oh,
rook-
f3.
Yeah, f3.
Okay,
And
f3 and yeah, and if I go bishop d5.
Now there's only black can be worse here, I think. Unless, of course, check here, check.
But I was thinking if I, instead of bishop g6, I go bishop d5.
Bishop.
Yeah, bishop d5. And if you take on e5, I take on b3, go rook d2. I haven't calculated, or rook d3 even. I haven't calculated this to the
It looks a bit drawish, to be honest. Takes, here.
many trades, rook a3. Yeah, that's a draw.
Probably.
Rook a3, rook a6, b3 is.
I think there's a big chance that the game could finish in a draw, and the question is how Yesipenko can keep the game going, because White wants to play f3 next and solidify his control of the center. So I guess rook d8 feels very natural. Rook e1 feels natural, but maybe White can afford to be try to play a bit more with f3. F3, rook d6, but this pin looks quite dangerous already.
It looks uncomfortable, yeah.
Yeah, so rook.
Can you go? How about c3?
Where?
In the line you just showed, f3, rook d6.
F3, rook d6, c3. Yeah, but it's just spins, not terribly.
Yeah, okay. I didn't have time for both rook e1 and knight c4.
This is not where you want to go with White. Even if this is holding somehow with king goes here, but maybe, by the way, maybe the engine is going to say this is fine, but just on the intuition level, it just feels wrong on so many ways.
You'd be a little bit scared playing this with White.
Yeah, probably. I mean, sometimes you can make some weird exceptions if you see that indeed it's working, but I would be a little scared. So I would say that this position has potential for a quick draw.
Yeah, I think this is maybe the closest to a quick draw we have seen. Or there are some of the other isolated queen's pawns position. Okay, in the report or parent game, some things has happened. Do you want to move to that one?
Yeah, let's move. And I want also to mention an update. Vincent is still thinking.
I have his game up on my screen. B4 is on the board. Oh, just as you said it. Okay, he did play B4. I wanted to say I have the game up on my screen so that I can say exactly when he moves and what he moves, and then he just goes B4. Okay, great. I'm fine now.
Let's go back. We already saw this position, so the total craziness is happening. I imagine Levon is just smiling.
I think I have to see this. I have to go and find I need to see their face expressions.
Right. All right. The game of Rapport against Aparin, we left it about here. H3, rook d8. Okay, playing centralized. Knight e2. Knight e4, knight f4. Yeah, this is quite interesting. White tries to close down the activity of this bishop and then somehow apply pressure against black center. Maybe threaten to take on e6, maybe threaten to play bishop e1. And here Aparin decided to change the structure of the pawns. He took on f4, takes, and close White's dark square bishop on f6.
But seeing this change in pawn structure is not something I see very often with the isolated pawn, because I feel that the person playing against the isolated pawn always tries to, keep control over the d4 square. But when you make this kind of trade, then you have no control over the d4 square. The d pawn is just a passed pawn. But in return, White has a great bishop pair, and Black is left with the light squared bishop on e6. So, but I don't know. I guess if I were Black in this position, my next move would be a move like queen d6.
I think potentially Black risks running into a dangerous position. Why is this? Because I've seen some similar positions before. So I'll just try to show you what I think Rapport might be heading for. So let's say he tries to play something like knight e4. Knight e4 blockade, right? I'm not saying that this is exactly the right order of moves. and black decides to trade a lot of pieces. I just go here, queen e3. So my idea is to play f3 and g4. So I'm not sure in which order. Yeah. Something along the lines of this, something along the lines of this. And if white manages to get something like this with powerful bishops on d3 and d4, gaining a lot of space, this pawn is blocked. There might be some potential for a kingside attack. I really, really like white. So I think black desperately wants to trade this last by bishop. Something like the bishop f5, or maybe knight e6, bishop f5, or maybe f6 actually means bishop f7, bishop g6, and trade the bishop.
And I just want to point out that we have a cheer in the Chess24 Twitch chat saying, give me a chair to do a Tekla fall since Keimer played b4. And I really feel like if I was Aronian playing against Keimer in that position, I could have done a Tekla fall.
It's like already patented, right? That's not fall.
Yeah, patented? Could be. But thank you for the cheer and for supporting the stream. If you're sitting out there and you want to find another way to support Chess24 and support this stream, then for this Grand Prix, you can use the code Grand Prix 2022 for 40% off your premium membership. And furthermore, do not forget that tonight there is a premium arena for premium members of Chess24, where none other than GM Shahryar Mamyarov and GM Le Kwang Liam, or Liam Kwang Le, I'm not quite sure which name to do it, playing in the arena tonight. So don't forget to go premium, and then you actually have the amazing chance of playing against one of these two very strong players tonight at not tonight, so sorry, not tonight, on Friday at 6 p.m. CET. So yes, on Friday, so sorry, don't forget.
Right. All right, let's continue let's continue looking at the normal games before we go back to the big action. Another very normal position here is Wojtaszek against Fedorov. So we left it some time ago. There were some trades. So I did mention that bishop f6 is a very typical idea. White is trying to trade his dark square bishop via the e5 square, takes, knight e4. White tries to establish the perfect blockade on the4, knight e6. So Fedorov is challenging it, and this is how they got to this position. So maybe a little bit too many trades than Wojtaszek wanted, but he still sort of keeps pressing because the isolated pawn on d5 is still there. But black is pretty active, no?
Yeah, I like black's activity. I really, this rook c4 to h4 was very nice, I thought.
Yep.
Just threatening mate on h2, so g3 had to be played. And
Fedorov wants to play d4. Something like d4 traded, maybe even rook d6, d4. And if the white's bishop is going to go to something like f3 to target this pawn, for example, this could be a bit risky because the knight can get to d3 and giving black quite a lot of activity.
Oh, yes. This is like the perfect transposition of the position for black, because when you do have the isolated pawn, something that very, very often happens is that if the person gets to push the pawn, then since black here has a space advantage and the more active pieces, then d4 would open up the space for the pieces, and the black pieces, they would just be so much more ready and so much more active when d4 was then actually played.
Right. All right. Oh, no, the game is still continuing. Hare Krishna against Dominguez. I was wrong. I was wrong with my prognosis. So after queen d3, bishop f5, Hare Krishna continues the fight with queen g3, e6, and knight e2. This idea I didn't see. And it's really interesting because it slows down black's development at the king side. The bishop on e7 cannot easily go because the pawn on g7 is under attack. g6 would potentially imprison the bishop on f5, not even to mention the weakening of the dark squares. And I guess bishop g6 can run into h4, h5. So that's why Dominguez played something active, like queen c4, I guess trying to trade the queens with queen d3 so that he can finish development with bishop e7. Hare Krishna declines the queen trade. And this is the position that we have.
There's also this idea of knight f4 to h5. To me, it seems like it's very difficult for black to get any sort of castles in this position.
Yeah, but to be honest, I think black just plays bishop g6 and solves all of his problems. Because white already...
White goes knight f4?
Yeah, white f4. But I mean, after bishop g6, what I wanted to mention here, if black would play here bishop g6, there would be h4. Because the rook here still stands on the h file. So since rook c8, short castle has been done, I think black can already play bishop g6. h4, h5 makes no sense with the king on g1. Or, okay, I'm going to take it back, really. Because Aronian played today g5 and Winston played b4. I'm not going to use this word. It doesn't make any sense. So let's just say it would be awkward. Now,
it was just here that I was thinking... I wasn't thinking knight f4 to, take on g6 or whatever, but I was thinking it to play h4, h5.
So you want to rely on the awkward h4, all right?
Well, I couldn't see necessarily why it was awkward, because if black goes castles here, then I do go h5, and it's not awkward anymore, is it?
Yeah, but now you need to play
h6, g6, yeah. Queen f3.
Any room for more g5s? No.
g5 here?
No.
Maybe g5 a little bit much.
All right. Yeah, you have a point. That is a good point. So indeed, maybe it's not really so simple. Even with a short castle, knight f4, h4, h5 might work.
Yeah, this was the idea I had with knight f4, at least if black decided to go bishop g6. But Arturs, we are 2 hours into the commentary here, and I feel like 2 hours is the kind of magic mark where this is the time I need my tea, at least, since I started off the commentary by only going for water. But now it's tea time for me. I don't know about you.
Yeah, tea is good. I'm going to make it as well.
Sounds good. So everyone who's sitting out there, also do try to make yourself comfortable. We're just trying to have a very nice day here. Looking at some great chess from some great players, reading all the different chats, YouTube, Twitch, Chess24, and just have a good time enjoying some chess. So if you're sitting out there, go make yourself a cup of tea. I don't know if you drink coffee, what time it is for you. Even hot chocolate could be nice some places in the world. And we will be right back.
See you very soon.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
I'm ahead of the game.
time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1e4 based on 1e5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight f6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is the city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
And we are back with a live commentary from the FIDE Grand Prix in the Berlin, the very first stage to determine the final 2 players for the upcoming FIDE Candidates Tournament to be held this summer. Ellen Nilssen and Arturs Neiksans is back here with you, and we are going back to the game of Nakamura and Grishuk.
Yes, and you called it knight c5 on the board, but it was after a very, well, I won't say odd king move. I guess it's just too deep for me to understand. King h2, what is this?
I guess king h2 is like a preparation move against black's f5, just in case. King h2, knight c5. I would imagine rook g1 at some point so that rook g1 can be executed immediately. And now Hikaru really has to understand what to do next, because black's f5 is like a hanging threat. And this is why I said it. I like it more from black, because black has more options to make these breakthroughs. I see the evaluation bar. The evaluation bar says that white is slightly better, and that is because of the space advantage. But black is the one who can make some breakthroughs, although probably objectively it's still somewhere around equal.
Yeah,
So
because we were talking a little bit about this. The computer very often seems to overestimate the white position in these King's Indian positions. And I've also found this sometimes when I've been studying the positions myself. It's just, you know, studying this from the white side, it's actually quite difficult because you're sitting there and you're thinking, oh my goodness, I'm just so much better in all these lines. I've pretty much refuted the King's Indian. And then, you know, you play it in a game and you're like, where's that plus 1.5 I was promised by the computer? And it never happens in this way. Yeah.
Usually about the engine evaluation. So when the engines give you big advantages, there's one thing, once again, what engines don't understand, it does not work in closed positions. You need to open them. You need to open the position. And here, how do you open the position? Because the position is still quite closed. Maybe if black pushes f5 at the wrong moment, white indeed gets a great position after g takes, rook g1, rook g7, there could be something. But if white is, let's say, careless and he tries to play up summon and something like f4, trying to open the position and use his space advantage, it could backfire with something like takes, bishop f4, bishop f6. So now you have this weakness on e5, maybe bishop d7, rook e8, or even the knight could go back to e5. So once again, the question is, where exactly lies white's active play? Maybe something knight e3. What is it really? b6, or maybe just take it, bishop d7. I have a feeling that black is calling the shots here, but I might as well be simply wrong.
Yeah, if we go a little bit back to this king h2 move, I really like the line where you were showing that the white rook has the potential of going to the g file with rook g1 after black potentially opens up with f5, because f5 is black's active plan in this position. And a way to prepare this is also for black to actually go king h8 and getting their own rook to g8, with the a rook also swinging over to the king side. But just with this king h2 move, the king walks out of any rook g8 checks whatsoever. But something that I find interesting is, how did he decide between king h2 and king h1?
Maybe king h2 is closer to the action by one square. You never really know.
I was just always taught that if there is one little rule that you want to make sure of, it's putting the king on the square of the opposite color to the opponent's queen.
Oh, all right. You're concerned that the queen is looking at the king. I understand that. Yeah, I understand. But
well, not quite, because it seems kind of impossible to ever get the queen into some kind of action. But this is a little trick that I was taught, and I'm just very curious as how he chose between these two moves. I guess for me would be that the king is easier to protect on h2 because you have knight h3. But that's the only thing I can come up with here.
Right. So anyway, I think that probably the biggest likelihood of this game, the result still seems to be probably a draw. Because if also Grishuk is not going to go for this f5 breakthrough, which is not really so obvious, right? Once again, f5, most likely Hikaru will respond with g takes, rook g1. And that's why you have the king here on h2, so that you can respond to the action right away. So alternative is they could maneuver it forever. So at some point, simply closing the position. Maybe, by the way, also worth mentioning, if black does push f5 in the right circumstances, who said that white has to take it? and maybe he can still keep the position closed.
Yeah. So when you don't take it on g4, what other move? Okay, let's say we give black a free move here. White plays, let's say, rook b.
King h8 is a free move. Yeah, I just want to play f5 next.
Yeah, but I meant if we give black a free move here. So let's say white plays a move like rook b2 or something. Just rook b2, for example.
Rook b2. Okay,
yeah,
I'm going to play bishop d7. Rook b1. I'm going to play king h8. Rook goes here. I can play maybe already f5.
Yes.
No, that's essentially the difference. Black has this active push.
Yeah, well, I was just wondering, you said that you might not even want to take it on f5. So if we just imagine that we let black play f5 under maybe favorable circumstances, how are you going to avoid this takes on f5? Which other move would you potentially make when you see a move like f5 on the board?
Something like g5. I don't know, really. I mean, maybe I can close the action with something like g5. Maybe there is an option for white, play something like g5, rook g1, bishop f1, bishop h3.
Okay, yeah, I see.
Trade away this bishop. I mean, just trying to understand what is this g5. But to be honest, like I said, once again, this could risk for white having the position overstretched, and those pawns can easily become a target because, once again, black's plan seems to be a bit easier, and that's why Hikaru is thinking here. It's not very obvious. I mean, maybe for him it's very obvious, and I just don't understand this position. And clearly Hikaru understands it better, but I like black.
Yeah. I'm still worried about the time. I'm not, I can keep on saying this forever. It's just also when I see people play blitz. This is just something I get uncomfortable when I see people play blitz, and when they're just playing on increment, it's just this weird feeling inside where I'm like, you are going to lose on time in 3 seconds unless you make a move. And it hurts me to see Grishuk with 15 minutes.
All right. Now I have a trivia question.
Oh.
When Grishuk has lost on time in classical game?
Never.
I can't recall. Has he ever lost on time?
I don't think so.
I would have remembered. Maybe in blitz, sure. But in classical game? I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, I might be right.
All right.
It just feels uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
For you, maybe. Not for him. He's feeling fine. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. I also would be feeling comfortable, to be honest, in time trouble all the time. So what happened here is after knight e2, rook d8. Oh, wow. Wait, f3. So it is Etienne who keeps fighting. Wait, what has changed here? Because after rook d8, once again, rook e1 was an invitation to a draw. Right, rook e1.
Yeah, okay. Can you please remind me, because he played rook e to d8.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand why this rook e to d8 is necessary.
No,
there could be some differences again here. If I play, what's the point again?
I don't know. Knight takes e4.
Something takes on e4. I just try to figure out, okay, let's just take.
Well, knight takes e4 now.
If I take, but this is the same, right? Why would this?
But but now you have the knight against the bishop, though. That must be some kind of difference here.
But there was also bishop d5, by the way. No, it's not bishop e4. It's got to be something else. Knight e4, because rook d1 makes no sense now. Okay, maybe it's the same. Maybe there's some nuances, really. I don't understand, but I find it interesting that it is Etienne who decides to fight on, and he plays f3.
Well, maybe he's sick of not getting so many points, and he wants to, show that he can press a little bit with the white pieces. I don't see any reason why he should be worse in this position. So, why not just keep on playing a little bit?
Very quick update. Wojciech Fedoseev is a draw.
Okay, so let's just quickly look at how this happened. I think that should be some move repetition, yeah?
Yeah, that was a move repetition. And Wojciech, I felt it. He simply realized he has nothing. That if he plays queen d4, this is pretty much game over. I mean, in terms of fighting. He realizes that this incoming d4 is a bit too dangerous threat to deal with. Takes, knight b3 here. Black is very active, threatening to penetrate via rook c2. So here you go, knight c1, rook d2. You could already take on e2, but knight b3 is simply a faster way. It's just simply a faster way to fix a draw.
I'm wondering, if I'm black here, do I even want to fix the draw?
Why not? Because in the final game for the save, he gets white, right? I think so. So what was once again, the tournament standings? They are the co-leaders of group. And now they share the first place with 3 points. So
and Rapport is playing against Oparin.
Definitely.
But if we look at who they're playing in the next rounds, so Wojciech is black against Oparin in the next round, as we see here, and Fedoseev is white against Rapport. Yeah, so from I don't know.
For Wojciech,
even though if you're white against Rapport, that is such a tough pairing, nevertheless.
Either way, I think Fedoseev gains a little bit more from this because he's going to have white color in the final round. So maybe a draw with white would also give him the chance to play in the tie breaks. A win probably immediately gives him the place in the semifinals. For Wojciech with black against Oparin, it could be difficult. So I imagine it will be quite some looking over at the other boards, how they are doing. You always have to take into account what your competitors are doing on that board, and based on that you follow your strategy. So this is a draw, and let's go back then to Bakrov's game against Yesepenko. A5, logical move. Bishop a6, want to activate, protect the pawn on b4. I guess rook d1, or maybe king here. No, I guess rook e1, right?
Rook e1, knight d7.
Knight d7.
Do you play knight c4 then?
Knight c4 and f6.
Yeah, but I'm wondering, maybe now I have a difficult time playing knight c5.
Yeah, that's a very, very valid point.
But okay, rook d2, king e7.
Rook d1 and something like
bishop a6. No,
bishop a6. No, bishop a6.
Yeah, bishop a6 drops the pawn, so bishop
play
c6
something
instead.
solid. White is pressing. White is definitely pressing a little. There's some knight f5, bishop d5 ideas, but I mean, logically.
You went for bishop c4 instead.
That's, by the way, I like it. His idea is to play maybe at some point, I'm not sure how many pieces they're going to trade in the process, play b3 and knight c4.
You don't think he could be looking at rook b3 and c3?
I don't know. Rook b3, c3, I can play c5, I guess.
Yeah, but then I was thinking some of the light squares, they got weakened a little bit further. But okay, maybe there are just many options for white here. Like you could start by improving your position with getting the king from f2 to e2 or e1. And then you could potentially move the knight on d2 to b3, putting some pressure on the a5 pawn and potentially going to c5.
I like it actually c4 really because it targets both e5 and the e5 square. But maybe there's some scenario for knight b3 use the c5 square. So
okay,
I think that's the point why he played this bishop c4 to not allow black any scenario to trade the bishop for the knight. So he wants to trade the bishops. For example, bishop a6. I'm just guessing. I'm really guessing. Let's say rook d3. Not sure if this is necessary. Rook d3 takes, bishop c4, knight c4 here, and maybe.
Oh yeah, but this looks uncomfortable. d4.
Then again, there's knight c5. Maybe it's not much really. So white also has some issues.
Yeah, true.
With a pawn on a4. Probably it's not much. It's not much, and normally it's just equal. All right. All right. We have to go to the. Let's skip everybody else, and let's go to Chimer and Aronian.
Yes. So we did see some madness on the board here, because G5, B4, Queen takes B4, Queen D4. We had seen these moves, anticipated them, but I don't know how we got to find them. Probably with some help from the chat. And Knight G6 was played to try to trade the knights.
Yes, no, of course. Once again, I mean, G takes is Knight E5. This bishop is carrying a beautiful move, Knight G6, because this knight on E7 is not doing much. So if you play something like Bishop G6, which is a standard response, the knight on E7 is still feeling a bit awkward.
Yeah.
So with Knight G6, he solved this problem due to a tactical solution. Another counter shot, Bishop B3. Unbelievable. Queen A3 check, King D2.
This is just the game of the intermediate moves.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of it. How many there are really? So
too many. I can't calculate or count in this case.
So this is okay, this is not technically first intermediate move. Second, third.
Yeah.
Fourth.
I'll just pour some tea here. I got strawberry tea. Oops.
5 intermezzo moves. 5 intermezzo moves if I calculate it correctly. Maybe 6.
That's a lot.
I don't know. Many moves. All right, King D2 is on the board. And now, by the way, after knight x on E5, if this happens, you have to take the knight, obviously. There's a fork on F3. Queen E5.
Yeah.
Bishop G6. Doesn't seem really much, right? Because Queen G5.
Even in pawns, which I actually had not realized, but this is also important. Because this means that any trade of pieces is just going closer and closer into an endgame, and then you have to consider who has the better pawn structure and who can get the most active pieces.
Yep. What do you play if you're Aronian? You want to keep it.
How about Queen A5 check?
Queen A5. Okay.
Oh well, forget what I said. C5.
What? C5. Oh, another intermezzo move, of course. So what's the count really? 6 or 7? I lost it. Maybe 6. At least 6.
But I don't like. Why can't you just take it? Oh, Rook D8. Oh goodness.
Yeah.
Rook D8.
Rook D8.
Bishop D5.
And I can still take here.
Oh, what in the world?
Yeah.
King G7. 8,
all right.
8. King G7, yeah, King G7. Oh no! Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Queen F6.
I have no idea what this is. You just cannot easily jump in and say this is the way to go, right? It just feels complete mess. C5. I mean, from the logical point of view, it makes perfect sense. Aronian is opening the position, right? This allows him to open the position. If the queen goes away, something like Queen C3, I imagine that the inclusion of the C5 move is going to be good for him. Maybe takes and something like C4. Yeah, maybe this is somehow favoring him. And then we are going to see a perpetual check. Queen G5, Queen F6, Queen G5. And this is how the game is maybe going to finish.
Okay, but when you also play C5, you do get like the D pawn is passed though.
And Winston plays Queen C3 in a heartbeat. Unbelievable.
Okay, but which move are they on? This is only move 2021-ish.
22.
And they're sitting there with 30 and 20 minutes left. And yeah, 22. That's not a lot of time.
By the way, I'm not really sure how human is this move really, D-Tex. It's not very human, right?
No.
Oh wait, you just don't calculate this. There's maybe Queen A5 check. The knight is hanging. King E2 knight. No, this is nuts.
Yeah.
You don't play that with such a king. G takes. Queen B5 check. Nah. It's just getting mated, I imagine. You don't play that. So of course, you cannot take it. Not rook d8, which would be a mess after bishop f7, but it's queen a5 check, which must be the killing move. So queen c3, knight e5 is played. Pretty sure Winston is going to take with e5 because g takes f5, f6 looks like a disaster for white. Or maybe even something like rook e8.
Yeah, I would definitely prefer the knight in this. What? I was about to say that I would definitely prefer the knight in a position like this because it just seems to be the knight seems to be way more flexible. But I don't know if you saw some concrete issues with this. But I don't like. Why doesn't this seem just a tiny bit better for white here? Like the bishop moves and you can get the g5 pawn.
Well, I'm just stunned, really.
Okay, I have a question.
Yep.
Saying that Grishuk once did commentary on a game and remarked that it was the sort of position where against an engine you would lose in 5 moves from either side. Do you feel like this is the same in this kind of position, or maybe in the position we saw earlier with all this g5, b4 stuff happening?
Because if you would play against an engine, you would simply not play the romantic chess. Would you play against an engine g5? Probably not. You play something more human.
Well, if you're Aronian and you think it's the best move.
Yeah, maybe it's the best in the given circumstances against that player. I'm not sure that he would play g5 against anybody.
Really?
Maybe he would. I don't know.
I feel like g5 is just such an Aronian move, and if he sees it and if he evaluates that it's a good move, I think he'll play it no matter who he plays.
Okay. I won't argue. All right. There's a complete mess, and I said that there's no way white is going to take an f5, and he took it. Strategically, it looks a bit risky, to be honest, because if black will manage, let's say, if he'll manage to play something like f6 and b5, c4, close this bishop, black has a very powerful knight, which controls the dark squares, because if you look at this bishop, it's staring at the pawns. But of course, there's some other factors, which is weakness of the king. So there could be f4. f4, knight f7 drops the pawn on f6. So the mess continues. So maybe it's not f6.
I'm just really having a difficult time here when I'm trying to compare the position from white's side with the bishop against the knight and the bishop against the bishop. I don't quite understand why he would favor this position. Is it because you think that like the king is more vulnerable and he might be able to start a kingside attack with move like h4 and rook a to g1?
Yeah, maybe. All right, let's just leave this game for a while. This is still an incredible mess. With a perfect play, probably it will be a draw. I mean, this is usually how it ends. You play very exciting moves, and if both of the players are playing top-notch best moves, normally the game is drawing.
Yeah, suddenly all the pieces are traded and it's a draw. And then we're sitting back with the feeling that even though it was a draw, it was a great draw.
Yep. Quick update from other games. Sheriff against Wesley. So we left it about here. Yeah, rook c1. Yeah, rook c1 makes a bit more sense than c3 than what I was proposing, because it does not weaken the light squares. King e6, f3, bishop g5. Nice move, stopping black to play a rook d8. h4, another nice counter move, seeking counterplay with rook h5. Rook d1. Oh,
king f5 instead, dancing on the light squares, as white doesn't have a light squared bishop in this game. And yes, indeed, the dark squared bishop
play f4, right? Wow. Quite a rare motive when the king is actually a piece.
Yes. It very often happens in endgames that the king is very, very strong, and people, they often underestimate the power of the king. We don't hear quite talk about chess pieces as having, you know, points, like the pawn is 1 point, the knight is 3 points. But there is this saying that in the endgame, if you do count this way, the king can actually be worth 4 points, just meaning that in the endgames, a king can sometimes be even better than a piece, because even though it's a short range piece, it can still attack all the squares, attack or defend all the squares around them.
Right. Well, it is a piece, right? It is moving, it is attacking, it is controlling squares. So it's not only something that you need to defend, it's also something which can fight for you. And of course, the first thing which comes to my mind is the legendary Nigel Short's game against Jan Timman, which year 1991, right?
Yes, in silver.
Immortal King Walk. There's been quite a few King Walks where the king is actually one of the most instrumental pieces for the success.
Indeed.
Okay, and another update from more games, so that we are not only focusing on the two most exciting games of this round. Dubov
against Vidit. Some stuff has happened here since we last left it. Because we left it around here.
Yeah, around here, a lot of trades. C6, a lot of trades. So we have this position.
Mm-hmm.
White's chances are slightly better.
The time is definitely better for white here.
What is better? The time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the time.
Though they are at move 30, so this isn't the biggest time trouble ever for Vidit. But white does have that outside A pawn, which could prove some trouble later in the game. Though I do like G5 is shutting in the bishop on H6. I'm a bit curious about this move, because if the bishop on H6 manages to get back into the game, G5, I'm not sure if it weakens the king on G8 or if it just creates some more space for black. Like the knight on D5 can go to F4, then there could be threats on G2.
But I think the real threat is not only to imprison the bishop, but to give a check on C1. So there's no way black is going to get to the bishop on H6. I can always play H4 if I want, and the bishop gets out. But I think it's the queen C1, queen H3, and queen F4 checks, which maybe somehow combined with bishop E5 that Vidit is seeking counterplay.
And how about knight F4? Because that would be the first move I look at as well.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, so it just eliminates this bishop's power from the C1 H6 diagonal. So I would expect Dubov play something like G3. It makes perfect sense. You control the F4 square, and after queen C1, oh wait, the pawn on H3 drops. Check.
Yeah.
That's a problem then. Maybe there is a way to calculate this. Some queen E8 ideas. And perhaps this is what Daniil is calculating right now. Can he do this?
Yeah, because if it works, you know, it's nice. Queen B8, queen D8.
Seems to be holding. And the pawn is a pawn, right?
Yeah, pawn is a pawn.
So that's why he's calculating this. So yeah, okay, maybe G3 is not working, but G5 is a great move. I like it.
So what should white play here in order to stop all the threats of queen C1 and knight F4? Maybe queen C4. Yeah,
queen C4. Yeah, it just looks very natural. But then again, if you trade queen C4, one of the trumps that white has is the weakened black king. So if you play queen C4 after the trade, the king no longer is vulnerable against the direct attack. So I think Dubov wants to have some attacking chances at some point to play H4. So if he's going to find a way to deal with the knight F4 threat and keep the queens on the board, he's probably going to do it.
Yeah, but how?
I don't know. That's a very good question. Maybe
I was about to say queen B5, but that's also still a queen trade.
That's totally the same. Queen C4, queen B5. Maybe there's something more quiet like queen F3. By the way, queen F3. What about, queen F3 drops the bishop. Yeah. Doesn't work. Okay, move on. We also haven't seen for a while Hare Krishna against the Mingus. Very interesting strategic battle.
And Dominguez going for h5 here. You know, this move, I've said this about a lot of moves today, but I feel like h5 is a move that I really like. I don't think it's an attacking move. I think it's a positional prophylactic move, because we were looking at some variations where Black had some trouble castling because there was an immense pressure against the pawn on g7, and White had all these h4, h5 ideas himself. So when Dominguez goes for h5, he's stopping all of this counterplay. And when the king moves, it gets so much easier to move the bishop on f8, as we saw in the game as well. After this, now the queen isn't putting any pressure on g7 anymore, which means that the bishop on f8 is free to develop, going all the way to b4.
Yeah, but now it can be a bit problematic for Black, although Black did solve the issue with the protection of the pawn on g7. Now the king is pretty much stuck in the center, because you cannot play something like a short castle. The pawn on h4 will be always there to remind you in the worst possible moment. And maybe there's also going to be some knight h5 ideas. So I would say that this move h5 is a very big decision. Do not do this. Do not make it lightly. Maybe if Black would be able to finish normal development after h4, queen f3, bishop e7, short castle, things would be good. But this pawn on h4 will be always there as a weakness. So I guess we're going to find it out who was right.
But can you ever play a move? Well, in the French, the move I always want to play is f6 to open up the center. But with the bishop on g5, f6 is so difficult to play.
Yeah. Why do you want to play f6?
Well, I was thinking that if White took and I could take back with the g pawn, then maybe my king could find some shelter on f7 at some point. And oftentimes there would be ideas of pushing the pawns in the center. Since White does have a space advantage that can be annoying to deal with, and since, as you mentioned, the king has a very difficult time castling, and if we do nothing, we're probably just going to get rolled over, you know?
Yeah, maybe. But with the king on e8, I don't think it's really possible.Maybe you could play something like king f8, and maybe this is what Dominguez intends to do. But just picture this position for a second. I mean, the c file is open. And if Hare Krishna would start his operations at a queenside and play something like b3, trade the rooks at the c file, may make something like, let's say, b3, trade, rook c1, knight b5, or knight f4, I don't know. This pawn on h4, it's always there. So you will want to castle at some point, because your rook at h8 is disconnected. It's not doing really anything. So with this inclusion of the open c file, I really like White's chances more and more and more.
Yeah. I can also see that the little engine bar on Chess24, or not on Chess24, sorry, on the stream, it does agree with you, and I completely agree with what you say. It does seem more difficult to find a plan for Black in this position than it does White.
Yep. Before we switch to Nakamura against Grishuk, I also want to have a look what is happening in Rapport against Oparin. Now, Rapport is trying to go for this blockade with knight e4, f3, g4, I believe so. So Oparin has found a way to activate his last square bishop f5. So like I already mentioned, Black really wants to trade this last square bishop. Rook e1, queen f7. This is the current position. Black is threatening with some kind of a discovered attack, something like knight g5, knight g3, maybe, I don't know, maybe there's some other tricks. So this queen on e3 feels to be maybe under a direct attack. So I would be thinking my first response, queen b6, go away from the pin, and maybe try to get to the pawn on b7. But then again, on the other hand, maybe this discovered attack, it's nothing really. I don't know.
Yeah, but also in the position just before, Black did go Queen F7, meaning that opponent couldn't really find a nice place to position the knight to attack the queen. So maybe there isn't even a threat in this position as of yet.
I think he just defends the rook on e8.
Yes, of course.
That's why he plays it.
Yeah.
He goes away from the pin and defends the rook on e8, so that there could be some discovered moves, and maybe, of course, queen g6 or queen h5 at some point.
You are, yes, that is right. But still, where's the threat if the knight moves?
That's a good question.
I'm not sure where it should go, because whenever the knight moves,
maybe it's knight g5.
To take on f3, yeah. Because I was thinking wherever the knight moves, the queen can go back to d2, where it's quite nicely placed, probably.
But let's imagine for a second. So, of course, Robert is not going to do this, but let's make a random move. Is this knight g5 really a threat? Probably it is, right? I was thinking about some potential sacrifices. Maybe knight takes on g5 could be something to consider. Maybe even bishop takes on f5.
But is knight takes on g5 a sacrifice, though?
What? If white takes on g5, then it's not a sacrifice.
Yeah, then it seems to be a trade, because after knight g5, rook e3, the queen on f7 would be hanging.
Yeah, but I can sacrifice. Maybe this is something. I'm not 100% sure what is this really, because there's the bishop e6 threat. And the rook, by the way, is hanging. Bishop h7 is hanging somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So if black plays, for example, something like I don't know, f takes, I could just take on c8, takes,
and it's a rook and a bishop pair.
And maybe this is just a ridiculous line, yeah. So queen of 4.
Yeah, okay. The f4 pawn is hanging, and there's no back rank made.
Okay,
maybe queen b6 was active, as you suggested.
Yeah, but this knight g5, maybe it's not even a big deal. So this queen b6 is perhaps what an average player would play. But Robert is thinking, my queen on e3 stands well, right? Do I really need to go? Maybe I just play something like knight e4 and continue my plan. And there's no real threat of this discovered attack.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very advanced stuff.
Yeah, knight d4 also. But knight d4, I was thinking, can black try to create some active play with a move like knight b4? But it probably just looks active, because I don't see where the knight is going next, and it's just trading pieces on c8. So
yep, probably it's gonna go back in a moment. Okay, so let's go back to the action. And wait, Nakamura has played f4. How did this happen?
Yeah, because you were mentioning that f4 might not be the greatest move.
I did mention this, but that was with the knights on the board. But here with the bishops on the board, with the knights gone. Bishop d7.
So is Grishuk still looking for an f5 push?
No, not anymore. No, not after white's f4. Because
okay, but if he's not looking for an f5 push, then why not go bishop f6? Oh, bishop f6, maybe the white bishop could move. I was just thinking about that e5 square.
That is a very logical question, by the way. So there's nothing wrong with that. So, of course, you are looking for ways to activate your bishop. Why not?
Well, it seems there are maybe threats of queen a5, but maybe he just wants to keep some flexibility, saying that if at some point it will be possible to play f5, you don't want the bishop on f6 to be in the way.
You know, Ellen, I don't understand why. Why not?
Where's the bishop? Well, where is the bishop going? Are we putting it on e5? I guess no.
Just controlling a lot of squares. Maybe queen e7 could be next.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe there's g5. Yeah, g5. But Then again, we go on h8, and that's what he doesn't like, because bishop e5 takes. Yeah, strategically, this is not great. This is a disaster.
Yeah, for sure.
Disaster. I mean, there's the passed pawn, the king is weak, maybe queen can get to f6 and checkmate on g6 and whatnot. Yeah, maybe that's the reason that. Remember, he did play bishop f6 to get rid of this imprisoned bishop on h8, and now he's going willingly back.
Yeah,
that's why he didn't do it. Okay.
So bishop d7. Let's try to figure out some plans for white and black. Well, the plan for white in positions like these is probably to push e5 to break up the black structure and to be able to play d6 at some point, getting the rooks into the game. For black, it's just more of a sit tight kind of strategy, saying that we trade some pieces, you don't get your active moves in, and in the end you will have weakened yourself with all these advanced pawn pushes, the king on h2. And since white does not have a knight, the pawn on h7, though it could be weak in an endgame, it's still not as weak as it would be if white could at some point play knight f6 or knight g5, because the pawn isn't so easy to attack. But
it really amazes me, Ellen, the understanding of Hikaru, how he understood this position. Right? It really amazes, because I really thought that from the black's perspective, this f5 push, easier plan, etc., I would always choose it. And then he plays these moves with knight e3, knight takes on c5, f4, bishop takes on f4. Suddenly you understand that f5 is not a threat, bishop f6 is not really so easy to do, and white is slightly pressing. So that's amazing skill by Hikaru.
Yeah, for sure. And I keep on saying it, Grishik down to 6 minutes. And in the meantime, we can come back to this. I was just a little bit curious because Dubov played bishop d3, and now I want to know what happened on knight f4.
On what? Which game are you talking about?
Dubov played bishop d3, and
Dubov.
then I'm trying to figure out why knight f4.
Just a second, I'm gonna find it. I slightly lost it.
It's done the last one.
The last one. Okay. All right.
So this is just very, very quick, because I was knight f4, queen e4, sorry.
This is he doesn't mind to go for the endgame, but he found a better circumstance. Instead of maybe the queen c4, which would force it, here the knight, I guess, on d5 is slightly, more active. I don't know. So he found a different circumstance. After bishop d3, knight f4, you have to trade queens, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
You have to trade queens unless there's
queen c1. Queen c1 check and take on d3. I don't know if you want to take on d3 and queen f4. Queen f4 check and then go on queen h4.
There's going to be queen g3.
Then there's no queen h4.
Might be not so simple, and ultimately black is still sort of risking because of this outside pass pawn, and the king is cut off, so it can be strategically quite risky. That's interesting, by the way, this bishop d3, and it, on the other hand, it also makes sense because the bishop on a6 is not doing anything, right? So you simply bring it closer. There's some tricks with knight f4, so you calculate queen e4, everything is great.
And we also see that Dubov did take some time to find it. I really like that he didn't just see a move like queen c4 and queen b5, thought, okay, that is good enough, but he sat down, looked for alternatives, and saw that bishop d3 was a candidate. And we're getting some updates. People are saying that Aronian has messed up, and that Keimer might be a little bit better in this game, because we did see a lot of madness after rook hg1 and Aronian just sacrificing the pawn on g5.
I think that was intentional. Of course, it was intentional, but I'm not sure if this is messed up. So I think he simply decided f6 is too dangerous. f6, f4, d6, for example, something like that. Where do you put the knight even? There's d6, queen f6, for example, this. who is even attacking. This bishop opens, the queen on a3 is starting to hang, king g7, f takes. I mean, this is only white who's attacking, at least. I would like to believe so. So he decided to sacrifice the pawn. Rook e8, rook g1, a knight f3 check was intentional exchange sacrifice, but since this rook g5 threat with h4, with queen f6, with d6 and bishop f7, this looks so dangerous that I don't think that he even considered this. So instead, he keeps the knight on e5, which protects the king. He is looking for his own counterplay with c4. So rook g5, king h8, we have still an incredible mess on the board.
And if f4 in this position, then Aronian wants to go b4.
Yeah,
queen takes c5 and then knight f3 maybe.
Are you suggesting? Oh, wait.
Or queen.
No, unfortunately, you cannot do that. That would be something. Yeah, there's queen b2.
Yeah, I also realized queen takes c5. There would also be queen b2 check.
Queen takes on c5. After
No, I mean f4 b4, queen c5, queen b2.
No. This
an
looks,
issue, yeah.
This looks overish a bit. No, you're gonna do that. So.
Okay, going for bishop to d1.
I mean, they're playing the chess of the 23rd century, really. I mean, is this the chess of 21st century?
Yes.
This is from future.
Bishop d1. Okay, so what does he want? He wants to trade queens. He wants to say that in the endgame, he's a pawn up. Yep, a pawn up. And maybe can, protect the f3 square, trying to reroute the bishop a little bit. If you're black, do you trade pieces? This is my, or do you trade queens? This is my question.
I would consider this. I mean, despite the fact that black is down a pawn, he can trade it. This position feels okay. I mean,
yeah.
Maybe he's not playing it for the win, but those pawns, so the queen side, they look menacing. The knight on e5 looks good, but normally I think he wants to keep the queens on the board, because also looking at the clock, he is up 21 minutes against Keimer 7.
Yeah.
But still, this f4 is a threat. So if the queen, which is now under attack, whether is it under attack because there's going to be a fork.
It might not even be under attack, yeah?
So maybe he can troll a little and play something like f6, you know? Okay, but let's...
Well, f6 would potentially win a tempo. And if, like, f6, the rook move... Well, f6, queen takes a3, knight c4, check, king e2, or king... Yeah, somewhere. Knight c3, rook moves. And then when the knight goes back to c4, you also have some knight b6 ideas, or knight d6 ideas.
Or maybe don't move at all.
Or not move at all.
b4, c4, c3. This is also an idea. I mean, there's so many ideas to consider. But the first question is, can black avoid the queen trade? Now that's the big question. Queen a6.
Well, we can try to get it under more favorable circumstances that we looked at, I guess.
Because I want to avoid a queen trade. Why? Because I'm going to play f6. My king is packed in the safety. I'm feeling really nice on h8. There's nothing threatening for him. I could do the same for the white king on d2, which is in the middle of the action. So I think Aronian wants to keep the queens. So queen a6, f4, f6, and here we go again. Can I do this? F takes here. This is probably too much, right?
F6.
This is probably
no. Black can't do this. There's no way.
There's f7 threat. Those monster pawns are more.
Queen e5 takes on g5.
So f4, f6 doesn't work. And if f4, f6 doesn't work, maybe there's b4.
Okay. And how about we now? Oh. I was thinking, how about we now go for queen takes, since there's no queen b2?
For queen takes on e5.
Yes.
Let's just maybe try to play the normal moves first. But let's say this. Oh, this can easily end with a checkmate. Something like knight of 3.
Very close.
Rook
Bishop
E3.
takes, rook E3.
Could be a mate.
Definitely could be king F2, rook takes F3 is also a check.
Oh wait, Aronian already played queen A6, so I assume F4, B4 doesn't work. And bishop E2 is on the board.
Yeah, Keimer doesn't have a lot of time. He has 7 minutes for 13 moves. He's well, surely I guess that he didn't want to calculate all of that stuff.
Aronian is taking over. It's quite clear. So F6, I think it's going to follow F6, rook G1, and his king is in the middle of the action. So despite the fact that White has an exchange, an extra pawn, the king is in the center. It's never going to feel safe. So maybe there's going to be queen D6, C4, B4, and also taking into account that the time trouble is looming. Despite Keimer's very brave and amazing game, I think Aronian has tricked him. I don't know, maybe it's still balanced. Probably it's still balanced, but I look at this position. Just look at this, right? F6 king, rook G1. White has an extra pawn. The king for black is safe, but I chose black.
Yeah, I can definitely see this. This just brings me back to my earlier question of why take the bishop and not the knight, because I really felt like that knight had so much more potential than the bishop. Yeah, in this position.
I also felt that queen takes on e5 felt on the intuition level. It felt a bit better, but there probably was something that Winston didn't like. Something, what exactly, I don't know.
No.
Maybe there was something specific, something like what?
Yeah, I don't know, because the G5 pawn is falling, and
so maybe there was some draw. Let's say this I slightly mentioned.
Yeah, you mentioned the C4 ideas.
C4 here, C takes, queen G5, but then again, White doesn't really have to force the draw, does he? He can simply take on B3 and keep the draw option on the table as long as he can, because if Black plays something like rook D8 and things get really hot, okay, then I play queen G8-5 and force a draw.
But you think it was because Vincent wanted to avoid a draw, and he just thought that he wanted to go for something which was more unbalanced?
Maybe he just evaluated this position to be more perspective, because he was most likely anticipating f6 at some point. And then probably from afar, he calculated that there's going to be this attack with f4, etc. So I can only assume that, or maybe he saw this idea of the pawn sacrifice. Like he thought he's going to be doing really great. But sometimes with the position evaluation is that you get really optimistic with your ideas. And then 5-6 moves later, you come to this and it's like, how did I come to this? I don't like this anymore. I mean, you evaluated this before and you thought this is still good. And then something changes and it's like, no, I don't like this anymore. But you couldn't go back. It's just one way.
Yeah, I definitely know that feeling. I sit there and I'm like, I don't want to make this move. I know I'm going to regret it. I don't want to make this move. I make the move 4-3, 2 moves later. I'm just like, I knew I should have made this move.
Yep.
So.
All right. In the other central game, Nakamura against Grishuk, not much is happening. My best bet, it's going to finish peacefully.
Okay.
I think so. I don't know really, but
I feel like Naka is getting closer and closer to those E5 ideas. You
mean something like Queen C3?
Well, you take the moves right out of my hand.
But I have to play F6. I mean, I even don't have a choice.
Yeah, but why is it that Black is just holding this position?
Why should he not? I mean,
Bishop G3.
Bishop G3.
This is even in the endgame. This is a space.
If I even feel really threatened, I can play G5. And by the way, this pawn on h6, it's still there. At some point, I don't know.
Yeah,
I would say g5. It's a very critical move. But is this
Okay.
really obvious to you? I mean, takes.
Queen C3 is played.
Yeah, of course, it makes sense. But even this position, let's say rook f7, how
F6
obvious
is
is this?
played.
I'm threatening to take, and this can backfire also.
Okay, but let's say I start by. Okay, so when it takes on b8, you took back with the queen.
No. Oh, wait. Yeah, I probably have to take with the queen. Oh, wait. And then you take the b file. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I was thinking something along those lines. I was also thinking taking the a file with something like queen a3, queen a6.
And this could be interesting. So you first take on b8, and then you push g5. Rook f8. Something like bishop c1. Queen d8, bishop b2. Yeah, okay, if black managed to do this, it looks... if white managed to do this, it looks really great. Because this pressure is mounting on the pawn on f6. Indeed, yeah, rook b8. So I assume I have to take with the queen. So this g5 threat doesn't become real. Once again, rook b8, g5, you're going to take. There's going to be a mate, right?
Yes.
So you need to react to this. I assume it's...
But now there are a lot of ideas. Yeah, bishop c1 going to b2. It's...
Yeah, so you're right. Rook b8. Oh, wait, what I'm talking about. There's no rook b1.
Yeah, but I was still thinking, if I'm white and I go queen a5.
Queen a5.
Okay, maybe I'm missing some queen b2 stuff. Queen b2, rook f2.
No, but black definitely has some place.
Okay, yeah, that was annoying. Queen d4.
Not very obvious. So yeah, indeed. Indeed, after rook b8, queen b8, there's no immediate rook b1. I just hallucinated. I thought you were going to play rook b1, queen b3, and I take the b file. But there's
okay, but let's say I played queen b3.
Queen b3.
Yeah.
But is this so clear once again? Because let's say take it, rook b8,
rook a1,
rook a1, rook b7, and I won't play g5 and bishop f8.
But I feel like you're just hanging on here, and I'm the one with all the breaks. I can bring my king to c3, play b4 at some point, and
if
like the d6 pawn is weak. I have rook a6.
Oh, wait, that's a good point, by the way. Yeah, rook a6, that's a powerful idea.
It's all the activity for white here due to the space advantage, and black is just sitting so tight. Just almost waiting for white to just come at him pretty much.
That's a good point. Of course, we cannot completely rule out that black can play f5 at some moment. So it's not always not like f6 has been played forever, and black is not never going to play f5. Maybe even something like trade, and now f5 could be a possibility. Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, g takes, e5 looks terrible. You're right. Yeah, Nakamura is still pressing.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it felt a little bit like Nakamura is at least pressing a little bit.
He's playing really powerful games so far. I like it. Also from Grishuk, a really highest level game. Against anybody else, I think Grishuk already would have been taking over the game. Against Nakamura, he found a way to press.
Yeah, I think Nakamura has played this really well. Someone else who seems to have played really well also is Yesipenko. He seems to be having a better and better endgame, maybe even outplaying Bakro here, if I dare say.
I don't know. It can go either way. It really depends. It really depends. Okay, rook takes on c4 was played. It really depends who first manages to press on the weaknesses, because white has an outside pass pawn. And let's say somehow white managed to trade off a pair of rooks and the knights. Maybe black already strategically busted because this outside pass pawn, the pawn on b4 makes a weakness.
Yes.
But
and just a little bit of a side note, the game between Shirov and Wesley So has ended in a draw, which means that Wesley is now on 3.5 out of 5. Dominguez and Hare Krishna, they're having a really intense game ahead of them because they're the only two people who are able to catch up with Wesley, and pretty much one of them has to win in the game. And if they win, they're still in it with a shot, but still so difficult. And yeah, it's an intense game they're playing. One of them has to win for sure.
Yeah, so this was the final position. I think I saw that Shirov was attacking the pawn on h4. He cannot really take it. I guess rook h4 is just not a good trade because then his pawn on majority at the king's head is irrelevant and the pawn on c4 is weak, although probably still mass trades after bishop d8. And after the bishop takes on h4, I don't know, I guess bishop d1. You're moving forward and sort of everything is hanging. So
yes.
This is a very nice to stalemate the bishop on h4. So maybe it's playable. I don't know. But he simply didn't find a way to continue. So the position repeated a couple of times. Bishop c3, I guess king f2, king e3 should be stopped. So Wesley was perfectly happy with the draw.
Yeah. And I think also his opening choice showing that he is quite happy with the draw, since he was playing the Berlin defense and he knows that the game between Hari and Dominguez, someone has to win to even have a chance of catching up. And they probably also have to win in the last game. In the last game, by the way, Wesley will have the white pieces against Hare Krishna. So we could be in for a top matchup there, though, of course, nothing is sure yet.
Yeah. Bishop e2, rook d8 were the last moves here in this game. e4 and queen a4.
Queen a4, attacking the pawn on e4. So if white goes f3, rook h5.
Rook h4 and the bar dropped like the stone. There's something wrong with this move.
Why can you not just take the pawn?
I guess queen h. Wait. What happens here? Queen takes on e4.
You wanted to go queen h3?
Or maybe he calculated this to be some checkmate. Wait a second. Can I do
rook
it?
takes h7.
Yes,
king takes
we have
h7,
to
queen
calculate
h3.
this. But there's always knight g6 at least.
Oh, with a counter attack on the e2 bishop. So if black doesn't have knight g6.
But even this is not the mate, no?
Well, yeah, it's not.
Wait a second. I'm slightly surprised. So rook h5, queen e. Why do you mix? So
but maybe he wants to go queen h3.
Queen h3, but aren't you afraid of rook d5 for queen d5, Helen?
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out why you would just give up the pawn on e4. It seems like the whole center is collapsing. I mean, he made the move with no time on the clock. It's just a move that you don't want to make when you don't have any time on the clock, because you need to make sure that you've calculated it.
I think he simply panicked and played rook h5 because...
Oh, wait, there's... king e1, queen h1 sometimes. Yeah, and queen e4 is on the board.
There's at least knight e3. There's a lot of things which is wrong with this move.
So could you want to... Yeah, rook g1 is played. Someone in the Chess24 Twitch chat mentioned rook g1.
No, this is wrong. I mean, his entire idea is based on rook takes on h7 and queen h3, but you simply cannot calculate this in such a fierce time.
Well, he's threatening mate in 3. That's something.
Yeah, but his own king is in the middle. If he had this position with a king on a1, I wouldn't argue. Yeah, but it's on d2.
Well, still king a1, there would be some queen d4 trading queens.
Yeah, but Why not play something like f3? More
Yeah,
strong.
this was my first thought. Just try to solidify the center.
Mm-hmm. The chat is saying that also Nakamura appears to be winning. We are going to check this out in a moment. So let me just try to figure out this moment. Rook G1. So
Okay,
Rook
but
H2
but you take on D5. Rook D5?
Yeah, with what? Rook D5.
Well, yeah, Rook.
King C1. This has to be the idea of
Queen F4.
And I go away. Maybe even play something like H6. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Could be some other moves. Something like, oh wait, there's Queen B4. At least.
Yeah, trading.
Trading queens and keeping all.
I was trying to look for some trade, but couldn't find it.
Oh, it just doesn't work. Wait, Rook G1, Rook D5. King goes here. There's going to be a mate. Oh wait, there's no knight F3. Unbelievable. There's no knight F3. There's.
Wait, why is there not knight F3?
Because there's a pin.
Oh, yeah.
But there's Queen B4, and you cannot go for the mate idea because the queen is pinned here.
Mm-hmm.
So either way, after Rook D5, check. Okay, maybe King C2 somehow. But there is a lot of checks. No, I think Vincent overcalculated this. And Aronian is 15 minutes on the clock, unfortunately for Keimer. But it doesn't look good. But you really, really have to give him huge applause, thumbs up, so to speak, for the courage for playing such an amazing, incredible game, having suffered 2 losses in a row. And I think this Queen C5 idea early in the opening was a silent draw offered by Aronian. We don't really know for sure, but he declined and he went for a very sharp game.
Yeah, I absolutely love this game, that's for sure. And we are seeing a lot of developments not many developments. This is kind of what we were looking at before. Though if we can quickly move somewhere else, because it seems that Hare Krishna blundered against Dominguez.
Let me check.
Bishop C2. Okay, so you can't. What is going on? Knight C5, the pawn on B2 is hanging.
We left it here, and it would seem that white is slightly pressing, sort of. Not really sure, but something like B3 makes sense. Now, Harry played knight D3 with the idea to go to knight to C5. Queen B6 is attacking the pawn on D4. Knight C5, Queen B2. Where's my pawn?
And if white goes for, what if white goes for Queen takes B2 instead of Queen F3?
Queen where?
Queen takes B2. Can you try to put some pressure on, like, Queen takes B2, Knight takes B2, Rook D2?
Yeah, but just Knight C4, no?
Knight C4, I move my rook somewhere. I don't know.
C7.
And then, I don't have the B1 or the B2 square.
No.
Oh.
No. I'm not sure what was missed here by Hare Krishna. Knight D3, Queen B6.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess Queen B6 is kind of an obvious move. It's just a little bit of a weird maneuver to get there. This Queen D7, Queen D8, Queen B6. Queen B6 is very normal. Didn't you have other moves than Knight C5? Or did you blunder, or did he blunder already before?
Yeah, but now the pawn on D4 is under attack, and if you're going to lose it, then the knight seemingly has no good retreat squares.
But you can try something like Knight F4.
Yeah, but the knight was just there. It was just there.
Yeah.
It just, it seems something went wrong with Hare Krishna here. B3 looks very natural, by the way. Something like B3, Knight A5. And now do your thing. I don't know, Queen B2. Oh, wait, there's still Queen B6. Could be, I mean, not so simple. Of course, it's not so simple.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, if the great players they miss it, then of course it's not that simple. But
it's not that simple at all.
But
B6,
queen
and now
B6.
black is pressing.
Could it be some time trouble thing because they don't have much time, and I don't. Queen B6 wasn't. Maybe it was Bishop D8 he missed. No,
I have no idea. I have no idea what he missed. And initially, what it seemed that something where Hare Krishna is slightly pressing now. Dominguez is very active. Feels like a great French position. And interesting is that the black king is still in the center.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's never castled, but right now it would probably be more safe castled.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's once again have a glimpse in a highly critical game of Nakamura against Grishuk, how they're doing. It's 7-8 minutes against 3 minutes.
Yes, let's go there.
Nakamura is pressing with everything he's got on the pawn on f6. So f takes g5 or f5 is impossible. There's a mate.
Yes, that looks highly uncomfortable, doesn't it? There's so many breaks in the center for white, and black doesn't have any of the same breaks. So, and for the time being, white is just tied down to the defense of the f6 pawn.
Yeah, but of course, the question is, how do you continue?
With white?
Yeah.
Rook a3.
Rook a3.
Unless you sacrifice an exchange now.
This
maybe
is
that's my biggest concern.
The first idea.
Yeah,
first idea
maybe yes. I don't want to allow this kind of counterplay with rook takes b2.
We need to calculate this. We need to calculate this.
I don't think. Do we even need to calculate it?
No, it's just losing by force.
Oh.
There's queen g7 mating.
Yeah, queen. Yeah.
Doesn't work. Okay. Doesn't work. I think Hikaru sees this in 5 seconds.
Yes.
So rook a3.
I just wanted to activate my pieces like rook b7, rook a6, and then ask you what you're going to move because your pieces, they're just dead, no?
Put the bishop on a1.
But you can almost zugzwang black in positions like these.
King g2 instead was played, which is a normal move, just in case getting the king closer to action. Bishop d8 was very quickly responded by Grishuk. I believe we still have a bit time.
Mm-hmm.
We are not going to miss any action here. So let's check. Let's check what else is happening in other games. Keimer's game. Oh yeah, he's completely collapsing.
Yeah, it just seems like giving up that e4 pawn, giving up the entire center is just instant collapse.
But look at this defense. Rook d4. No, this idea doesn't work. There's queen h4. Oh, there's queen h6 as well. So there's queen h6 as well. There's queen h4. Doesn't work. So black goes on the counter attack. Bishop b5. Now the bar has completely dropped, and the king is very exposed. So maybe
the king is so exposed compared to the black king. This is the issue. I'm trying to look a little bit at the video broadcast where the two players they are, and they are not showing much emotion, I can say. But it does seem like Keimer, he has a little bit of a red face. There is no doubt that he knows that he's losing here.
Yeah, I think Aronian can just collect the bishop. Just take it. There's no mate. There's no mate. There's still this queen h6. And if there's no mate, then
and he's just calculating it to be sure.
That's it. It's on the board. Aronian is winning. I'm pretty much qualifying already. Wait. Okay, let's not jump it.
No. He should be. With 4 out of 5, there's no way he's not, yeah?
Is he playing the last round against Vidit? So if Vidit wins this, he could technically try to catch him, right?
Well, Vidit or
Vidit is still
Dubov.
playing.
Yeah, okay. I mean, if Dubov wins, Vidit loses, then Vidit has to beat Aronian, and Dubov has to beat... No, it's Dubov against Aronian in the last round. And it does seem Dubov is the one pressing between the two.
And Dubov,
But
how many points does he get? Can we quickly have a glimpse on the group? Because I don't remember from memory. So there's the group, 2 points. No, it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
From a practical point of view, I can't help but feel like it's a little bit over. But then let's check the game of Dubov against Vidit to see what it's like, because one of them has to win. That is for sure. If it is a draw, then Aronian has automatically qualified if you win this game against Karma.
Exactly. G4, nice move. Trying to increase the power of the bishops. Knight f4, check. Wait. The bishop is going to escape to f8. I already thought, where's my bishop? King f1, I would assume, or maybe king d1 is also an idea.
Knight takes takes on g4, h6, g4. Oh, and the h7 pawn can be hanging sometimes.
Yeah, that's a good point. No, Dubov is definitely pressing here, so there's no way that Vidit is going to win this. That is quite clear. So that pretty much, unfortunately for the Indian fans, excludes Vidit from qualifying for the semifinal.
And as Aronian has officially beaten Vincent Keimer in their game, it is Dubov who has to win this game if he wants to have any say in the tiebreaks, because no matter what happens, Levon Aronian is secure to play the tiebreaks on Friday, though it does seem like there's not going to be any tiebreaks in that group, though we can't say yet.
Yep, that's what it is. All right. Before we again switch to Grishuk against Nakamura, maybe have a peek what is happening in Richard Rappert game.
Yeah, that's been a long time. That's true.
And Rappert is defending.
Aha. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. I count equal pawns.
Something has gone wrong, and there you go. He was a bit too bold, perhaps, with his discovered that this discovered threat is not a threat. Knight g3. Now he's threatening a fork. Rook e2.
Oh my goodness. Those are active pieces. We were talking about the knight maybe not having too much potential of places to go, but at least I didn't see this idea of knight g3 with rook to e2 coming.
Because
that is
before, I guess the rook was still standing here.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Yeah. So rook d1. This is a bit strange move, to be honest. I think queen b6. Very natural. But anyway, they got to this position. Something Rappert miscalculated, and now he is defending a slightly worse position. So here, 4 pawns versus 3.
But it's all about how you can use the pawns. And white does have more weaknesses than black in this position. And 2 pawns against 1 on the queen side.
Yep. All right, and now finally, let's go to the big match. Queen f3 is played by Nakamura.
Queen f3, what happens if you take on g5? g5 is his plan to go...
I guess go back. That's the trick.
Yes, and this...
There's the mate threat.
And queen takes... Oh, you can't take on h6. No.
You cannot take it. Yeah.
But how about bishop h3? No. Wait, I'm just looking for cheap tricks here.
Yeah, I just take it. No, he cannot take it. The pawn on g5 cannot be taken. The f pawn doesn't move.
But can you try for something else? And also we see Chess24 Poland with a raid on the Chess24 Twitch channel. Hello and welcome to the Polish streamers and people. We are happy to have you here, just doing some commentary on the 2022 Grand Prix.
Bishop c8, Grishuk waits. And by the way, it's not really so simple also for Nakamura to progress, because if he's going to take the pawn on f6, the pawn on h6 hangs. And then there's some queen g5 ideas. The queen could go back. So imagine yourself from Nakamura's perspective. If he doesn't immediately see the direct continuation, do you think he wants to postpone the action for the second time control? Maybe, by the way, because
could be.
That should be fine for him, right?
Wait, what do you mean? Can you repeat the question then? I'm not sure I understood.
Do you think he is gonna try to, let's say, if there is a possibility, go for something like g takes on f6, queen takes on h6, and this craziness in the time trouble, or he's gonna try to keep it under control? Because if he's gonna, now this is tricky, because if he's gonna try to keep it under control, Grishuk also keeps under control.
But at least if you, like, he knows he has an advantage in this position. And at least if he tries to keep the position sort of the same as they reach time control, then he has time to figure out how to mess it up in a way that is correct for him. While if he goes for a mess when they're both in time trouble, he's risking. And I'm not sure you want to risk when you're Nakamura in this position. You have an advantage.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe you're right. Or maybe if you postpone it for the second time control, it also gives more options for your opponent to try to find the best setup. And it's tricky. Yeah, but I think you're right. It's risky. But this something like this, g takes on f6, queen takes on h6, queen g3 and e5, this has to be considered.
Yes. And Nakamura is going down on time.
Although this is an incredibly huge decision. Yeah, I would expect really that he's not going to do it, or maybe he's going to try to go for some cheap, or maybe something like queen g3, keeping the pawn on d6 under attack, maybe bishop c3, rook f2, some more quiet moves.
Yeah, can you start with a move like queen g3? If you said you were going to play queen g3 anyway, then why not start with it?
It's a good question. Yeah, black is completely tied because none of the pieces can move away. The pawn on f6 is under attack. And very quick update in the match between Bakra against Yesipenko. Yesipenko is completely taking over the game. So here,
look at those H and G pawns. They're looking incredible.
Yeah, g3, h3, chance to create a pass pawn. This is a pin. The pawn on a5 is seemingly lost. This could be a huge moment. And imagine yourself, Nakamura is seeing this. He sees this match, and they have to meet. They have to meet tomorrow. So draw is maybe already not good because they're going to have to play a tiebreak.
Well, I think if you're Yesipenko, you might just be more frustrated. You're thinking, Grishuk, all I wanted you to do was draw or beat Nakamura. What are you doing? I'm beating this guy. I'm doing exactly what I had to do. And you're just, why aren't you, please? That is just what I would be thinking.
Yeah, so Yesipenko looks really great here. Let's just go back. Let's just go back. Now I don't think he'll really blame Sasha for if he's gonna lose. But,
well, I once was playing in a tournament, and it was the last round, and I was one of my friends was pretty much winning the tournament, and the tie breaks, I was the last game at all, like the last game, and the tie breaks for first and second, they depended on my game, and I had to lose for my friend to win the tournament. And I was completely lost. It was like 2 bishops against 4 pawns. I had the 4 pawns. And I ended up managing to draw. And, my friend was just like, yeah, that was not, why couldn't the other person just win so that?
Wait a second, but I have a question. Didn't Grishuk just blunder queen c3? What is this? I mean, what are we missing here? Oh, wait, he calculated this. That you can apparently take on f1. This is a surprise. The bar says no. This is what you cannot play. Huge moment here. So Grishuk decided to b5. Queen c3, rook takes on f1. Grishuk seems to have calculated this. The bar says no, this is not good for you. I guess you have to give a check, right?
Yeah, check and check on h7. You can
Check.
include this, I guess.
Takes. So Grishik is forcing matters. King goes where? I don't know where. Queen, do you take it?
Well, take it and rook f7, h7.
Rook f7 could actually be a very funny Zugzwang at some point.
Yeah, bishop h5 and h7.
And this x-rook is carrying a huge moment here, which could have immense implications on the group. Queen h8.
The check is given, king f7. But they are in move 37, so at least if you're Nakamura here, you only have to make a few decisions before the time control.
Queen h7 is an easy decision. There's nothing wrong with this. I wonder why just
is this the
this is his idea. Draw.
Oh, this bishop h3. I saw that one.
So Nakamura, I think he already sees this. He's calculating queen takes on g6. Wait. This is still not very clear. Engine, of course, says this is bad, but let's say I play king d7. And after bishop g7, still it's going to be... Oh, wait, there's no bishop h3.
But, and this, did we calculate this rook f7 to the end? Oh, he played king e7.
e7.
And now Hikaru just only has to make one move before the time control here.
So he wants to probably play as safe move as possible, but if this is even...
Is it an easy move to make if you have to make one move?
Queen g5. It has to be. This has to be the move. Wait. Huge moment. Just one move for Nakamura. I mean, the 40th move, you know, this is usually when... this is the moment when the most mistakes are made. The control move. You get extra time. 40th move. Bishop f1 once again is bishop h3. Nakamura already sees this. So queen g5, king d7, the queen is under attack. The clock is ticking. You need to calculate very, very quickly.
But then you have queen g7 check, no?
Queen g7, you're still down the rook. Rook
no,
f7.
but I'm queening. Oh.
I don't know. Maybe take h7. Maybe you're still promoting. So Nakamura is one of the fastest calculators, so to speak, in the world. He should be able to do this. Queen g5, here, check. Rook f7, maybe this is what Grishik actually missed, that Nakamura can go for this.
Yeah.
Queen g5 is on the board.
And with queen g5 on the board, Nakamura has made his 40th move, and he can now get up from the board, take some water, relax, and try to calculate this in the right way. Whereas Grishik has to make his last move before the time control. And I feel like this...
I assume that Grishik simply miscalculated, or he thought that things are so bad that he probably thought that this bishop h3 should work, or maybe he miscalculated this king d7 that you can simply play. I'm just guessing. Is this what did I just tell there? This
queen g7 we were talking
queen
about.
g7 takes, h takes, and white wins.
Because the pawn cannot be stopped.
Something like that. It has to be miscalculation.
I'd love to see Grishik's face right now.
It's not a happy face.
Yeah, perhaps. It's also, it's really, really dangerous to go for these things in time trouble. What happens with rook f6?
Yeah, rook f6.
I guess
you already
queen
realized
takes f6. No, queen takes f6 doesn't work.
Rook f6. It's a good question. Maybe
queen
h7. I'm sorry?
I was thinking maybe queen g7.
Queen g7. Rook f6 is on the board, by the way. And now the bar says, you're done, Mr. Grishik. White wins. According to the bar, to the engines, white is winning. We are not seeing what is happening here, but let's just try to calculate ourselves. Grishik should feel that this is it. This is it. He miscalculated this. He was relying too much on bishop h3. So h7, maybe king d7. Maybe it's something like queen g8.
Oh
Rook
my
f6,
goodness.
king g1. That's it. How do you... Okay, maybe it's not so simple. Wait. And I put a queen.
Yeah, and there's no checkmate on h2 because the queen is protecting.
Wow. You know, what a game. What a game by Nakamura. And
I'm so tempted to check this, you know?
You're tempted to do what?
I'm tempted to check the engine lines.
I think there should be more than one victory, actually. My gut feeling says. Maybe there's
probably.
Something like e5, or this king is in the middle of the action. Maybe even something like e5, d takes, bishop e5, king d7 is going to be bishop g4, h7 is still there. Oh wait, there's queen h6. What I'm talking there? The pawn on
queen h6. That's a very, very important move.
Yeah. By the way. Yeah. So I guess it's h7, king d7. It should be. This pawn is promoting. I mean,
bishop g4. Just get that one in as well, maybe.
The queen is hanging, I think.
Oh, but bishop g4 is check.
Oh no, I mean if you want to take on c8, the queen's hanging. That's
no. I didn't want to take on c8.
Even this should be somehow great. Maybe bishop.
I wanted to include some bishop takes f6.
Bishop f6, bishop f6.
And queen g8.
Queen g8, a queen. That's also good.
Now c8 is hanging.
There's no g7, yeah.
But I'm not sure because bishop takes f6, queen takes f6.
If what?
Instead of you play bishop takes f6.
f6.
This I couldn't figure out.
Yeah, but okay. I mean, I think we already calculated this. h7, king d7, queen g8 seems to be killing. If I'm not completely blind. Yeah. So the king is very badly positioned. This is the threat. Rook f2 check seems to be necessary. King goes here.
But it's such a nice position, no? Like you're a rook down and you just play h7.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Let's just see. Do we have any other time scrambles?
Let's do that. Let's go back to Bakro against Yesipenko.
I think they also reached the time controls. It does seem like everyone in the tournament has reached the time control now. So Arturs, how do you say that we take our second break of the day?
Let me just double check it. If indeed you're right, yeah. So it seems 40, 42, 42. This is a draw. Aronian won, and the Dubov also is move 42. Yes. Dubov is a draw, by the way. This officially means that Aronian
has qualified
for the semifinal. Congratulations.
So yeah, big congratulations to Aronian qualifying as the first participant. Also, not only qualifying, but on the live rating list, he is actually number, what was it that I read? 4 in the world, pushing Fabiano Caruana down to number 5. After Fabiano, he's been number 2 in the world for quite a few years now, but Fabiano, number 5, Levon Aronian going all the way up to 2782 on the live rating list.
That makes him number 1 American player.
Oh yes, that is true. That is true.
Right.
I can't remember the last time that Caruana wasn't the number 1 American player.
Yeah, maybe when Hikaru was number 1. That must have been some time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, see you in several minutes. We're going to make a short break. The time control, the second time control has been reached. The players will take a deep think of something like 5 minutes or so. We are going to use this opportunity and also take a small break. See you very soon.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
too?
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
I'm ahead of the game. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
E5. It's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1e4 based on 1e5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 knight f6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5. It's E5.
And we are back live from FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin, the first stage to determine 2 qualifiers for the FIDE Candidates Tournament to be held this summer. We already witnessed quite some drama in the penultimate round of the group matches as Hikaru Nakamura is on the verge to beat Alexander Grishuk in a very critical game. And also, it's important to note that Levon Aronian has become the very first player 1 round to spare to qualify for the semifinal tournament, for the semifinal, because he beat in an amazing game Vincent Keimer.
And Arturs, what a day we've had so far, and what a day we're up for, because not only has Aronian won, but we are seeing so many decisive positions at the moment. As you can see down here just below me, I hope you can see it, we have a lot of engine bars, and they're all saying that someone is winning. And in 4 of these games, like we of course had Aronian winning, and then 3 other games we have Black with a winning position. So Black is apparently okay, and maybe the most decisive results we've had in 1 round so far.
Wow, that's just incredible. And I once again, who was it who said that the classical chess is dead? It's very much alive, as you can see. There's really amazing games, and I think it contributes from the 2 factors. First, it's a very interesting tournament format, which asks the players to fight for the place in the semifinal because only 1 player from every single group qualifies. But the second is that there's a very interesting mix of players. It's essentially experience against youth. So you throw in at players like Aronian, Shirov, Hare Krishna, and others, the young guns like Andrei Yesipenko, Vincent Keimer, Danil Dubov. Things are happening.
It's such an amazing lineup, and what a format this is, creating so many decisive results. And even the results which are not decisive, they definitely have some incredibly exciting games. People, they are fighting, they want to win this thing. And I think that we should just jump right in. I see we have Nakamura against Grishuk on the board. Of course, Nakamura didn't spend a lot of time finding this h7 move, and after the king went to d7, queen g8 was played, and we've calculated this a bit. It seems like
I think if I was able to find it in something like 2 minutes, Nakamura was able to find it, let's say, in 20 seconds. I'm pretty sure he just double checked if it's working or not. Like I already mentioned, his calculation skills are amazing. So this is going to be a huge victory for Nakamura. But what's the most interesting part? Things are not yet over in Group A, although most likely Nakamura is going to take down Alexander Grishuk and cement his lead in the Pool A. Andrei Yesipenko also seems to be very close to win against Etienne Bacrot, and this will set up tomorrow an epic final match of the group, Yesipenko with white against Hikaru Nakamura.
But it's actually very interesting because even though we might see the clash between these 2 players, in this pool, we won't have tie breaks if both Nakamura and Yesipenko, they win. Because as you can see here, if they both happen to win, we will have Nakamura on 3.5 and Yesipenko on 3 points, meaning that no matter the outcome of that game, there will be a definite winner in Pool A. So far, if I'm not entirely mistaken, the places where we can have tie breaks, it's only in Pool B, because we're sitting with the same thing in Pool D, where Dominguez seems to be beating Hare Krishna. Oh, wait, maybe I'm wrong, because Dominguez does seem to be beating Hare Krishna, but tomorrow Wesley will play Hare Krishna also. So Hari, he can decide, or he's there to find out who wins. There's still chances of tie breaks. That is what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely. And of course, the games are still ongoing, and Yesipenko also still hasn't won his game, although it seems to be already strategically winning. Black has extra pawn. The pawn on g2 is very far advanced, so things don't look good for the Frenchman. Let's also recap what else has happened in other games. There is a small upset, so to speak, in the works, because Richard Rapport has ever since misplayed his position against Grigory Aparin, who appears to be pressing for the win. Look at these rooks on the second rank.
They are doing so well. Rapport has some ideas of his own. Of course, if he could, he'd love to play rook e6 takes g7, though it is not possible in this position.
Yep, rook e7 is a threat, but then again, black can probably take a lot of pawns and at the right moment trade a pair of rooks on e2. For example, I could just snatch this pawn here, and if white plays rook e7, I'm just going to give a check here, grab this thing,
and grab on b3. That is a completely winning rook endgame. 2 rooks up. 2 pawns, not 2 rooks up.
Yeah, so I think Rapport probably is going to grab this pawn here first on b7. And now I'm not sure what's going to happen next. Maybe rook takes on f5, maybe rook takes on g2. What is clear, Rapport is not winning this position, and thus it's going to be incredibly difficult for him to qualify for the semifinal.
Yes, it will indeed. What are the other games that we have if we take a look? Because we saw Nakamura, we saw Bakro. Now we're seeing Rapport, and Hare Krishna against Dominguez is the last and final game that we have here. Dominguez, for the time being, a whole pawn up, putting some pressure on e5, though the king is not easy to bring into play.
Yeah, the king is a bit disconnected. Also, the white pawn on e5 seems to be in trouble because black might be threatened with something like rook e4, try to win it. For Hare Krishna, it's quite an unpleasant defense, I would say. Maybe there's even something like knight f4, rook a1 ideas. The pawn on g2 could be lost. So the position is on the verge of being strategically winning for Dominguez.
I'm sorry, I'm a little out of thought here because I'm reading that Oparin just blundered.
What?
Rook takes f2 wasn't the move, I guess, because there's rook takes f6, maybe?
Just a second. So rook takes on f2, all of us assume that, I mean, not all of us, I guess it was just me, that it's going to be rook e7, rook takes on f6.
And rook takes f6 is played. And now there's threats of rook f7 and f6 for white.
But why this is a blunder? I mean, from a human's perspective, I see the bar slightly dropped in closer to equality, but black is still up a pawn, no?
Rook f7?
Rook f7.
Oh, wait, no. Wait, do I want to drop the b3 pawn?
Maybe rook
because, yeah.
Rook g3, take.
Yeah. I just wanted ideas with pushing f6.
Yeah.
So maybe I should say rook b. This was what I didn't want to allow.
Does it really strike to you as equal?
Well, no, not this position. I didn't want to go rook f7.
All right, take.
Yeah, then I wanted to find another move.
Well, from Aparin's point of view, there's seemingly nothing wrong. I mean, I like what he played. Apparently, there was some kind of a mistake with the move, so I guess we're going to find it out. Maybe rook b6.
Yeah, rook b6.
Pawn, check. Here.
King f, yeah.
Okay.
And takes an f6.
Maybe this is the problem, the f7 problem. But even
he also did take on g2. Yeah, but what is black going to do here now? The threat is f7. Maybe the threat is f7 because there is some rook b1 still. Yeah, okay, you can also take a knight. That is true.
What else? It seems to be the only move, actually, because otherwise this pawn is
just... Yeah, but that's why I'm thinking maybe f7 isn't the real threat because there is this rook b1. They're like taking on g7 with the rook.
Yeah, but that's why I play king g6, so that after you take, you go back. That was my idea, and then I noticed this f7 and f8 knight.
But how does that work if I try to bring my king as white? Like
Where?
you play king g6, I take on g7, you play king h7, I go king f5.
King f5. And here? Oh, you just take on b7. Okay, that's probably a draw. This was my point. That the pawn on g7 drops, but yeah, the pawn on b7 also is losing. Anyway, I mean, all of that is irrelevant. There's f7, and that's enough.
Yeah, I'm promoting to a knight.
Maybe it's indeed rook b6, which was missed by Aronian. If you would ask me, is this a blunder? Okay. Apparently, maybe it was a better idea first to give a check here and only then take it. Something like a check. What's the change really? Here, takes, rook f6. What is the change again? I don't understand. Maybe this check. You cannot go here. You go. I'll tell you honestly, it looks the same. It looks absolutely the same. So Aronian played the most obvious move, and now for some reason, White is escaping. I cannot blame him.
Someone saying in the chat, 41, rook e2 check, king d4, rook b to d2, king c3, rook c2, king d3, rook e d2, king e3, rook takes f2. I don't know. So the point was to get the rook on c2 before you take.
Okay, that's deep. I like it. No, actually, I like it.
That is deep.
I like it, but that is deep. That is deep. Oh, wait, when did he make the move?
And then there's no rook takes f6 in the end.
Next after the time control. Oh, dear.
Move 41. Move 41.
So rook e2 check first here. You have to go here, right? Otherwise, I just take with the check. Rook d2.
And then you get it. No, but actually, that is clever, yeah?
But okay, if I play king b4, where's the idea?
We'll still take on f2. There's no rook takes f6.
It's the same. It's the same idea.
And if you take on b7, I take on f5, perhaps.
Okay, I mean, I tell you honestly, I've made myself sillier mistakes. So,
yeah, of course.
It's maybe not very obvious. So I think what Aronian simply did, he saw rook f6, but he maybe misevaluated this idea of rook b6. Because it does seem from afar, rook g3, king f4, you take here, take it. From afar, maybe he saw something like this. I don't know really. But what was his calculation? But then again, you calculate until the end. And this is, by the way, oh, wait, what? Rook takes on b7 is on the board, not rook b6.
Okay. And in other news, Andrei Yasipenko wins his game against Bakro, and Nakamura wins his game against Grishuk. So we are indeed in for a fight tomorrow when Yasipenko will be playing with the white pieces against Nakamura. A statement game between the two players for the first place.
There is quite a story, quite a backstory of these two players qualifying, giving the wild cards to play in the tournament. And it's going to be very, very much interesting to see how things are going to turn tomorrow. So Nakamura is going to be playing with black against Yasipenko. Yasipenko with white absolutely has to win. And again, Ellen, like you said, in this group, there's no tie breaks.
No tie breaks, because no matter the results, then there will be a winner in that group.
Absolutely.
Wow. And I bet it's a happy Andrei that we are seeing right now.
All right. Which game else we have to check? This 1, 2, 3, 4. It's Hare Krishna is still suffering. Down upon the position looks terrible. Probably already strategically lost. Rapport is fighting. Oh, wait, it's just 2 games, right?
Yeah, just those 2 games.
Just 2 games. All right.
We've seen a lot of decisive results today. Though it's a little bit earlier to have 2 games left than what we usually do, yeah?
Yeah. I also want to remind that we are reading the chat, dear viewers. Appreciate all the nice words you're saying there. Your suggestions sometimes allow us to improve the coverage quality because we can check what is happening in the other games. Also, some of the lines given in the chat allows us to have a better, give us some ideas what to show to you, because once again, me and Alan, we are not using any engines here. It's just pure thinking. No engines here.
Pure brain.
You see the bar. That's it. That's all we see. The bar goes up and down. That's it. We try to explain to you why the bar goes up and down. Try to make the best guess. Ellen herself is woman international master. Oh, sorry, woman FIDE.
Yes.
My mistake. Woman international master. What was it?
Woman FIDE master.
Well, my apologies.
Not. I have one norm.
It was Raluca. It was Raluca who was woman international master.
Yeah. I have one norm, and I have had the 2200 rating. So hopefully I'm not, well, okay. My last norm was a few years ago. Wait, maybe 1.5 years ago. So, it takes some time to get them, but hopefully it won't be too much longer.
Right. Yeah. And I'm a Grandmaster myself. So we are calculating all of these lines ourselves, trying to present it how it might feel from the player's perspective.
Mm-hmm. And from this perspective, the pawn on d3, how do you stop it?
I don't think it's possible to stop it. Just runs forward.
Okay.
Isn't it more tiring to commentate without the engine? There's a suggestion in the chat. No, it's more fun. I promise you, it's absolutely much more fun because you're thinking yourself. And I also advise that you can do it like this, that you are not heavily looking at the engine lines, and instead you try to understand yourself, how you would play this, because the players, they don't have the access to the engines. So they're simply sometimes unable to follow them logically.
I would also say that it's probably more tiring to analyze with an engine, because then it seems like you're getting all the answers immediately and you can't really have your own say in the matter, and you can only really sit there and recite engine lines, because whenever you come out with a suggestion yourself, the engine will just go like, no, not this time, buddy. So I find it much more fun, and also much better, much less tiring to do commentary without an engine, for sure.
I like this. Imperfection is the most important human quality. I like that.
Yes, me too.
That's why we are humans.
Mm-hmm.
Well said.
So 93 does have some, well, it's clear that Hare Krishna, he wants to stop the d pawn. And if you go d2 immediately, I guess there's just rook b1 to d1, and then it's still some work to promote the pawn. So yeah, rook d1, knight d2, knight c3.
Yeah, there could be some problems.
Okay, so if king f1 immediately.
Knight e5, the only move already, so it would seem is something like knight e1 here. Mm-hmm. This seems to be a technical position. You just have to work it out.
Can I just ask if you take on d5 instead?
Just a second.
Oh, I can never take on d2 because the pawn in game is losing.
So once again,
I understand.
d1. I can even probably give a check here right away. Knight e2 check and knight c3. No, this is it.
Yeah, and then rook d4 and the pawn promotes.
Yeah, this pawn is inevitably promoting. The king is not getting close once again. Mm-hmm. D2 seems to be a very powerful move. Black can probably even give a check here first. Something like a check here, now d2. One of this.
Yeah, I was thinking rook b6.
Here? Oh, wait, does it even win by force?
Oh, wait,
sorry, that's it.
Not rook b6.
That's it. No, this is it. I mean, there's no moves. Mm-hmm. No ideas anymore.
Okay. Yeah, and you can't even try to give up the knight for the pawn.
No, you cannot. I mean, that would be at least something, give up the knight, but there's knight e5 or even rook e1, rook e3, trade away the rook for the knight, which is stopping you from promoting the pawn.
Yeah.
So that's it. If he found it in less than a minute, I think that Dominguez also should be able to find it.
Yeah, I guess Dominguez is just calculating this this through, trying to figure out exactly how the nuances work and trying to find the most accurate way to get out of this.
Yep. So quite disappointing also for Hari Krishna.
Yeah, I bet that Hari will be very, very sorry, as also he, though with the black pieces, but he is playing against the pool leader Wesley So tomorrow. So he would have a chance in saying or in deciding exactly who would win the pool. And that's so much nicer to, you know, decide whether you're going to do it or whether someone else is going to do it, even if you have the black pieces, than to just, you know, not have a chance. It's very, I bet he'll be very sad. And I could also imagine that it will take some time for him to resign just because he's not mentally ready.
Yep.
He will play some moves before resigning. Yeah. I could imagine maybe half an hour more. I don't know if that's too much.
Half an hour? Ah.
Well, Dominguez will have to calculate some of the moves through. He will try to find a way out, and then he needs some time to settle. Maybe 20 minutes.
Okay, D2 is also a possibility because 92, 93 is incoming. Okay.
He did play D2, yeah.
D2 is also fine. I think Rook A1 was a bit simpler, but okay. Maybe he found some resources. White can at least keep the game going for a while, and this maybe is the most direct way to kill the game.
Yeah. So in the Rook game between Rapport and Oparin, there has been a lot of developments, many pieces traded. Because we were looking at this line, it was a bit difficult to figure out the ins and outs of why the computer was saying black was winning and then it was a draw. But we figured out it had something to do with giving some checks so that the rook on c7 wouldn't be hanging in the end. And rook takes b3, wow.
Yeah, that's nice, removing the rook from the pin. However, it also simplifies the position. And this looks, dare I say, drawish? Quite drawish, to be honest, because let's say I play now h4, so that the king is a bit in the cage. I want to give a lot of checks. Check. Oh, wrong guy. Check. So rook here. I'm gonna go here. Rook here. Ah, wait, it's not so simple. Check here. I thought.
Well, if you take on a6, no, even if you lose the f and the h pawn, it's a draw.
If I just take it.
Yeah,
okay.
Even if you lose the h and the f pawn, it's a draw. Not the easiest draw in the world, but the pawns, they aren't far enough advanced for it to be a win for black.
Well, if the king gets to g5, we have to stop this somehow, right?
Why?
Check here. I mean, yeah, you're right. With the f and h pawns, of course, it's a draw, right?
It's not the easiest, but it's not the easiest draw in the world. I just know that the h and f pawn, they aren't far enough advanced yet for it to be winning. And of course, still some work it would be from Rapport, but I would suspect that he knew how to draw that endgame.
So we have to show this this endgame. Let's say even if the f pawn is lost, and to be honest, there's a big likelihood that it's gonna be lost because rook h4 here. Oh wait, maybe it's not even gonna be lost. Okay, whatever. So let's say we go to this position. Rook f7, check.
Yeah, let's say we just lose it.
Yeah, let's say we lose this for whatever reason. I'm not saying it has to be lost. This is once again covered in a lot of endgame studies. For example, also in I believe in Dvoretsky's endgame manual, he had something like 15, maybe 20 pages for trying to explain the concept. But the concept in general was simple. The defending side keeps the rook in the far corner to give ability to give checks here and here, and the king in general goes in front of the most advanced pawn. So if black at some point drops the pawn on h4 to advance this pawn, and then in the end there's another technical rook endgame position which is drawing. But I'm not going to bore you with the specifics. I think this is maybe a bit too complex.
We can say that oftentimes it transposes to rook and f pawn against rook, where the king has to be on the short side so that the rook can give checks on the long side.
So Rapport found something simpler. There's even no need to check this. He's going to check it. And now king h6, rook f7, there's no king g5. This drops the rook. So you're going to do that. And now check here, here. Now this is a very simple draw.
So maybe this game will just end in a draw very soon.
There's a good chance. Yeah, I don't see how he can try to win this. King g8, rook b6, once again is attacking these pawns. Check, here, takes, here. Nah, with these
rook
pawns,
b7 was a very good technique from Rapport.
Very nice. Yeah, that's very nice.
Because of it's a very cute detail that the rook on g2 is hanging in the end.
Yeah, so maybe also h4 was drawing, maybe rook a6 was drawing, but rook b7 is very precise. The pawn on f6 is the most important pawn in the position. And about now, I think this is usually the moment when you are just spending your time and regretting. I know this all too well. You just sit here and...
Well, if you're a opponent, you're just probably sitting there wondering where it went wrong.
I really he has a pretty good idea, because we look at this position, right? I mean, definitely he's the one who is pressing. He has more active pieces. The opponent's position is barely holding together. So he probably, maybe he's going to spend a couple of minutes and try to understand what exactly I should have done, right?
We actually have some moves on the board, at least on Chess24. I just don't think they're updating on your board, because after rook b7 check, we did see, yeah, you have them now. Great.
No.
And, oh, you don't have them?
No.
Oh, sorry. Okay. In other news, Dominguez did win his game. My prediction of 20 plus minutes was not very accurate. I just thought that Harry would take some more time to be sad and Dominguez would take some more time to calculate the win. But okay, you know, these players are strong. They know when a loss is a loss. And
d4, nice trick. Takes and eliminating the last defender to promote. They're nice. So about Hare Krishna's game, that was a strange moment when he misplayed it. I'm not sure what he missed. Did he miscalculate something? Because about here, remember, right, when we were having a look at this position, it definitely felt that white is pressing here. This pawn on h4 can backfire after, especially bishop g5, knight f4, very nicely played by Hare Krishna.
Yeah.
And it seemed that you open the b file and trade the rooks, and this pawn on h4 could be hanging, and somehow things start to go wrong. And this a3, a4, that looks a bit strange, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely looks strange. It loses some control over many of the squares on the queen side, I'd say. He had a clear vision of playing knight b5 at some point. And I guess another reason for playing a4 to provoke a6 was to further weaken up the c5 square, so that if he got a knight to c5, then b6 wouldn't be as easy to kick the knight away. But it seemed that his a4 backfired more than Dominguez h4, because the squares on the queen side, they were so weak that the queen on b6 could attack all the pawns, and also losing some time, losing a tempo when playing this a4.
And from here, it was downhill for him. He took the pawn knight e2, queen c3, the position very quickly simplified after not very obvious series of moves. The pawn on a4 indent, like you said, ended up being more weak than the black pawn on h4, which is feeling pretty much fine here. And after a couple of moves, we got this position, and Dominguez's technique was flawless.
Yes, for sure.
So we have one more final game, which is
only one game left. Only a draw. Only a rook game, which we suspect will be a draw, as even without the f pawn here for white, we are looking at a theoretical draw. Though it's not sure that Rapport or Oparin will just give up the draw here. But
Rapport
Rapport
found some resources, right? this idea is very interesting. The king f8, king e7. I didn't see this, so there is no more checks. The king comes to d6, check here, takes here, and we still get the same position.
Yeah.
Wait, we are gonna get rook f and h pawn after all. We are gonna get it.
But we're not. No, I don't think we are, because Rapport is gonna play king h4 in the live position, and since the king is cut off, if you want to bring the king, you have to bring the black rook. But when you bring the black rook, you lose the h pawn, and it's an easy draw.
Could be a bit tricky, but yeah, I agree. But I'm not sure what was all of this so forced. Let's say I play rook g5, you wait.
Rook a7.
Rook I just trade. Well, I'm talking there. I thought that since I am up to pawns, that you give a check, I play here. No, the king is cut off, and I have some chances. Yeah, I just trade. Okay.
Yeah, but maybe we should show the trade, because that's actually very nice, and some of our viewers might not know this, because after rook takes, king takes, king takes, this, what we see here, this pawn endgame is actually one of the pawn endgames that you really, really want to know when you're starting to learn chess. This is an absolute must know, because in this position, since the black king is on the side or behind the pawn, there is no way to force the white king away from stopping the pawn from promoting. There are some techniques here that you need to know. As you can see, Arturs is playing this quickly, but it's important that you keep the option of getting the opposition, because in the end, we will see a stalemate as we do here on the board.
It's very simple. Always the straight line. Always the straight line. And if nothing is happening, go back. That's it. It's that simple, really.
And maybe we can also show the problem with not going in the straight line, as we don't have much else to
yeah, if we don't do that, let's say if we decide at the wrong moment to play, let's say king goes here, then this suddenly is a problem.
Right? Because then black could get the opposition and take control over the promotion square.
Yeah. So rook e5 is played. I guess Oparin is preparing to play king f8 and rook e7. And this could be a bit actually tricky, because let's say here, king here, 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 and now you cannot take. Because after king h5, king g4, king e5, this is a classical opposition.
Yeah, and now the king is in front of the pawn.
Yeah, so this is Oparin's last chance. He's going to do this. So he's going to play king f7, rook e7. Otherwise, he has.
But when you do this, I mean, white gives a check and takes on h5.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be a check. Rook e8 is going to be rook e7.
Well, rook e8 is going to be a trade again.
Maybe he's going to try to push this for a while. But.
Okay, rook b6.
No, I don't argue. It's a draw, right?
Yeah. Yes.
I don't argue. I mean, but it makes sense to play a couple of moves.
Yeah, of course. There's no way that Oparin will not play a couple of moves. We see that Rapport here is taking a short amount of time. Nope, he did go for rook a7, just making sure that everything was correct. I suspect that Oparin will play king f8 quite quickly.
Yeah. Can we once again have a look at the...
some people are also saying king f8, rook h7.
Can we check the overall rankings once again in the groups to see what is the tournament situation before the final matches tomorrow? So assuming that this game is going to finish in a draw, what does it mean? Hikaru Nakamura against Yesipenko is going to decide the fate in Pool A. Yesipenko and Fedoseev are tying for the first place in the Pool B. So this is probably the biggest likelihood that we might see some tie breaks depending on the games tomorrow. Group C already is decided. Levon Aronian qualifies for the semifinal, and Group D, Wesley So is a favorite, but Lenier Dominguez scored a very important victory today. So technically, he can still also try to catch the leader of the group.
Yes. And I don't know how much else there is to say, but of course we are, as always, reading your comments, and we're reading all the chats, chess24.com, Twitch, YouTube. So please, if you have any questions, anything you want to know, just in general, something which is about chess, doesn't have to be questions, but if you just want to share some thoughts, then please do so. Then we will just have a nice time here before this game ends with Rook b4 having been played.
Rook b4, I think he just wants to make sure that the king cannot be cut off, and that's it. That's his only idea. So Rook b4, now king f7, king h5. As I already mentioned, maybe black has some tricks by cutting off the king. Now there's no tricks whatsoever.
And if Rook h7?
Where?
Rook h7, Rook b5, king e7. That is Rook b7. Yeah. So I guess Rook h7 is just Rook b5 here.
Okay. No, Rook h7 just trade once again.
Ah, yes. Now we can trade like this. That's very nice.
The same mistake as I did.
And they actually did agree to a draw here.
Yeah, so it is a draw. Very final, precise move. And you see, once again, engines are maybe saying slight mistake. Somebody even screams blunder. No, I mean, Rapport simply understood this position better than anyone. And this most precise move actually convinced his opponent that there's no chance to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
All
and
right.
With that said, 4 decisive games today, 4 draws, and some games that we have seen. I mean, goodness, the games between Keimer and Aronian and Nakamura and Grishuk, but also some fine endgame technique by Yesipenko there. He really showed that he could outplay Bacro, and we're in for a treat tomorrow, though you will be doing the commentary with Raluca, and I won't be here.
All right, and there you once again see the overall rankings after round 5. Once again, Pool A is led by Nakamura, and tomorrow will be a huge clash between Nakamura and Yesipenko. Group B is completely unclear. Rapport is, by the way, still in contention because he managed to save this game, and even he can qualify for the semifinal. Group C is already dominated by Levon Aronian, who thus qualifies for the semifinal, and Group D, Wesley, so probably together with Lanier Dominguez are going to decide the remaining place in the semifinals.
Yes.
So, Ellen, we are going to be back. I mean, I guess me and Raluca, we are going to be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central European time. Once again, thanks to everybody who are watching. Thanks for your support in the chat and the insights and the help that you are providing for us, sometimes with variations, sometimes with directing to the game, not missing any action. We appreciate that.
And please don't forget that you can use the code Grand Prix 2022 for 40% off your Chess24 premium membership during the duration of this FIDE Grand Prix. Also, don't forget that on Friday, 6 p.m. CET, if you're a premium member, you can play in the premium arena where the likes of GM Shahryar Mamjiarov and GM Liam Kwang Lei will play in the tournament. So if you want a chance to play against some of those, then go premium with the code Grand Prix 2022.
Indeed. So thanks everybody once again. Have a great evening. We'll be seeing you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.